Fuck it, let's press the button, bro. Yep. Yes. Press the button. Yes. Press the go live button. Press the go live button. Dude. No, stop it. Every day, I come here to be annoyed by people asking me why I use OpenGL. And today is a day that is another one of those days. Okay, so yesterday I implemented multi-draw indirect for the first time. And if I was to give a review of multi-draw indirect and the pipeline that I had to make, I would say go fuck yourself. Levels of fuckery. But we got it done. We got it done. There's what am I talking about? Oh yeah, I had a dream last night. I had a dream last night that I was in computer science, like with my high school teacher, and she like we could see all of our grades for the test on the board, like as we were doing the test. Like there was like bars of like, you know, our grades going up and down, and bro, mine just like plummeted to 50%, and I just like was hysterical. I like, you know, I think I got up on a table and I started yelling, and I forget why I got a 50% on the test, but I was pretty pissed off because it was obviously unfair. Anyway, I don't really know why I'm telling you that, but that was my dream. You know, I also had dreams, you know, metaphorical dreams about not going live and writing this code today. Because of how much suffering I'm experiencing in this code base recently. I mean, yesterday was such a painful day. It wasn't even a day of necessarily bugs. It was just me kind of sitting here thinking, okay, now how the fuck do I do it? Okay? Which was painful. Now, we have the point light shadows. The problem with it is that, sir, there is a problem with the ground. Sir. So there's disgusting issues with it. So basically, there's this weird bug. Like, let's ignore the circle around everything. There's this weird bug with the fucking with this box here and this box over here. Like, what the fuck are we doing, bro? And then if you move the light, it moves with it. And then it moves with it this way. Do you see what I'm talking about? Like, what? And then this happens. Like, what? And then if you move it up, it, like... Are you seeing what I'm putting down here, okay? There's just some issue with it. I don't know what that issue is. Actually, do you think that these faces are supposed to be swapped? Somehow? Oh! Maybe the axis on it is swapped. And this is supposed to be over there. Oh, maybe that's it. Was I high last night trying to figure this out that I didn't realize that? I think I was like high or some shit. I wasn't high. I don't get high anymore. But I was definitely not in the right state of mind. After last stream, I was... Let me tell you, I was unhinged last night. I don't know what got into me, but I was just fucking unhinged. Like, I don't know. Last stream did something to me, man. Like, I was so fucking tilted. My sister showed her computer science teacher my YouTube channel. And he said that I did some complicated stuff. That's like my favorite story to tell now. Okay, so how do I flip the axis on the bottom? Because this square on the cube map is the bottom. The bell's bottom. Let's take a look at it actually, just to prove what I'm fucking talking about, prove what I'm putting down here. To prove what I'm putting down here, I can prove what I'm putting down here by showing you this. And don't divide it by 25, just leave it like this. See? So this here is the box, right? So this is a cube map. You get the cube on the floor. And yeah, it's got to be flipped. It's got to be flipped the other way around. Shit. Okay, how do I do that? It's amazing to see the progress. Thank you. It is 100% from scratch, yeah. Yeah, so I need to flip it. Now, the tricky thing about flipping it is that our matrices are so fucking complicated for this shit that I don't know. Okay, so let's think about the swizzle here. So we have a swizzle that switches Y and Z and then negates Y. So that means that we have Y up. We're doing Y up, except it's flipped. So, and then Z becomes right. So I'm guessing, if I was to guess, because if I'm guessing correctly, Y is left and right. So this face would have to be this face or this face without the swizzle. And then we have to flip it upside down. Am I getting paid for writing this? No. That's the funny part. Hey, what's up, Goboder? No. I don't get paid. If I got paid, then it wouldn't be fun. Just kidding. That would be fun. Be awesome if I got paid. I get paid like $1 or $2 every stream I do. Also, I am so deep into debt that I don't have a bank account to even get paid to. So that's also like a separate issue. But we don't really have to ruminate on it too much. Okay, anyway. Okay, so I need to flip this. So it's one of the Y sides. And it needs to be inverted. Okay, let's take a look. Let's take a look-see. Let's take a look-see. It has to be the world up somehow. It's one of the Y sides. So this is X. wonder if it's this yaw thing, because this is weird to have both of them like this. All right, let's give it a shot. Let's try 0 for one of these. Why not ask LLMs? Do you think I haven't tried? They don't know how the fuck to fix this. They don't know how to fix things like this. It's just not possible. That's just the way it is. Not to be egotistical or anything, but they just can't do things like this. I didn't compile. Yeah, I mean, there's so many different combinations that it could... Did I do it? Wait, I think I did it. Holy shit. You've got to be fucking kidding me. See? Only took a little bit of thinking outside the box, and we did it. We did it. Okay, so this has to be 1. We have to remember to always put that as 1 now, and never not do that as 1. Okay, so let's take a look-see at what's going on here. We still have this harsh darkness on the outside, which I'm not sure about. Wonder why that is. But otherwise, it looks good. It looks really good. It looks perfect. Other than that. Wonder if that's the near far plane that's being weird. Kind of perfect. Yeah, I mean, it is perfect. It is just that the edge of it is too close. We don't have a bias here, so we can try a bias. Are we doing the N bias? We are. So let's get rid of that. That brings us out a little bit further. We do get some issues though with this. So I'd rather not. We could try this bias. Brings us a little bit closer. Yeah, we're just not going far enough. We could push the far plane out more to like 100. See what that looks like. We're gonna need a recompile for that. We could try pushing it out to... Oh wait, we only have a 10. We only have 10. Okay, well then that's definitely what it is. So let's push the far plane out to 100, and then see what it's like. Yo, what's up, Cheese? Start working on characters. When I get to that point. So some severe Peter Panning over here with it. Severe Peter Panning. I'm doing alright, Cheese. Yesterday was pretty stressful with the code that I had to write, so kind of chill now. Severe Peter Panning. We could try the normal bias again. Yeah, the normal bias really fucks things up. Hmm. 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 Okay. Well, for the far off shadows, it doesn't really work. Like this, it doesn't really. That's not really making me very happy, to be honest. This probably can't see it on the stream very much, but yeah, that that doesn't make me really that happy. We should have Coalface off to avoid the Peter panning if possible. But I don't think that that's what's causing it, probably. No, it's not. It's just the precision loss that's the problem. How do you deal with point lights like this? Are you doing this for yourself learning? I guess. I did get the transforms working, yeah. It was kind of a pain in the ass last night. I stayed up doing it. The problem is there's just Peter panning. It's that's what it's called, Peter panning, where the shadow detaches from the. When you have a far enough far plane like this, you get these sorts of artifacts sometimes, and I'm gonna have to play with it to figure it out. Yeah, here you just have constant acne. Oh, but here it attaches to the wall. Attaches to the wall. Huh. Let me try the negative dir. I don't know. Maybe. No. No. Yeah. Maybe try multiplying this times 100. That's how they do it in the learn OpenGL example. That is how they do it. Okay, this is pretty good. There is a lot of acne, but at least it's correct. I'm only doing direct lighting right now. I'm not doing any baked light maps or anything like this. So that's why it probably reminds you of engines from the 2000s. But I'm debugging right now, so. We could try the normal bias again now. Perfect. Perfect. Okay, we figured it out. Just took a little bit of working on it. Okay, let's just test some things with it. Seems good. Nice. Yeah, I think it's clean now. Yeah, with the bias and stuff, you kind of just have to play around with it until it works. It's kind of always the way it is with the shadow maps. Yeah, it looks perfect. Think all these loopings are actually good for performance? What looping? Alright, we're just gonna keep it like this since this seems to work. Okay. Okay, so now the fun part. We haven't actually culled anything to the radius of the point light, and so we're drawing everything twice. So, good morning. Hey, what's up? I'm an inspiration. Thank you. I do appreciate that. Something that we need to do is actually cull, because we don't actually cull anything for the point light shadows. Although I wrote the shader that does this, which is this. It's very simple. It just does the test sphere ABB against the transformed points, right? We just tr mat. Okay. So that's what we're gonna do now. Okay. Okay. So I have no clue if this is gonna work, but I have to give it a shot. And it doesn't work at all. Nice. 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 Okay, so let's try some other things here then. We never tested this shader really, so I'm not like that surprised. But let's just try a radius of like 50 and then see. Okay. So it's the sphere radius that is lying to us. Or it's my attenuation that's bad. Which it might be the attenuation that's bad. We calculate the radius based on things, and then we pass it into the attenuation, but I use d squared instead of and then I just multiply radius times radius, and then this seemed to work, but maybe I should just use the square root of d2 and then see if that gives us a better attenuation that is more reflective of the actual light. Okay, no, that just blows everything the fuck up. I need to look up the attenuation function. I think it's actually this. That's because it needs linear distance. What am I gonna eat today? I'm not really sure yet. Yeah. Let's see what the radius is. Let us see what the radius is. I'm go to upload lights and then see. Oh. Oh, I hard coded it to 100,000. Okay. Well, that would be why. When I was debugging, I definitely did that. So I'm glad that I checked that. Okay, there we go. It works. Fantastic. Fantastic. At least I think the culling is working. There's kind of no way for me to check. There's kind of no way for me to check, is there? I could technically, if I want to really check to see if this is working before we move on, what I could do is just replace our draw call with the same culling shader, since they basically do the same thing. And just replace our draw call with the light culling shader. just to see if we're drawing the correct stuff. And that will look like this. Oh, wait, but we need a... Yeah. This is kind of a pain in the ass to write, but whatever. Let's do it. Actually, yeah. So let's just comment all of this out. And then get rid of inside of the prefix sum. Indirect prefix. Just get rid of this thing that zeroes it. The balance to continue my rent. I'm fine, man. Like, fucking chill. No, yeah, you still need to zero it. But you just leave it like this, and then we use the same draw call, and then we see. Is this really all in the same radius? This can't be correct. That cannot be correct, I think. Am I going to open source it? Possibly. But it's not right now. When I get it to a good place, then I might, but there's no real point to it. I'm not going to, like, you know, take people's commits and shit. Why? Let's just artificially code in a radius of like 20. Yeah, let's just artificially code in that. Okay. We definitely have culling now. So it's our radius that's massive. I guess that this, huh. Weird. There's some stuff in here that definitely isn't within 20 units. Obviously. And there's obviously stuff that should be there that isn't. Oh, I see what's happening. Or do I see what's happening? Huh. As light radius goes down, we stop increasing instance count, right? But why? Why do things have the wrong scale? How am I doing? I'm doing okay, Paul. Why do things have the wrong transforms? Oh, I think I see. I'm guessing that it's the base instance that's incorrect somehow. Yeah, the only way we're gonna be able to test is if I actually do the printouts again, which is kind of annoying to do it again, but we actually do. I need to see what's in the array. So here we fucking go again with this shit. Hopefully I still have the setup. I do. Okay. Oh, I need. Oh. Oh, okay. So I need base instance to be the actual full instance count, not just right. Okay, we need another counter. We need another counter. Yeah. Okay, so to explain what's going on here, we have multi-draw indirect. So the first number here is our base instance, and then the second number is our instance count, right? So, and then we have a prefix sum over it that is going into the base instance. So we have 0 is our base instance. We have a count of 1, and so the next one, the base instance, becomes 1 because we had the count of 1. Do you see what I'm saying? And so now we have a 0, so then we stay at 1, 0, we stay at 1, now we have a 1, we go to 2. So that's what's happening here. The painful thing is that this base instance is used to go into the array for all of our transforms. And so this needs to actually reflect every instance count rather than just the ones that we cull. So yeah. So we actually need a prefix sum over all of the instances, right? Rather than just the ones that we count. Couple ways we can do this. One of them is kind of an interesting idea. So the draw arrays indirect command, this passes straight to OpenGL. The funny thing that you can do with the draw arrays indirect command is that you can actually add your own fields to it and then just specify the size of it to OpenGL, and you can actually just add fields to it and not have to worry about OpenGL being confused. You can literally do what would I even call this? Instance offset, which just has the amount of instances push this frame, and then we do the prefix sum over this. I'm going to assume that we need padding here. That's just what I would assume. I've never done this before though, but when I was looking this up earlier, this is what I noticed, so that is just what I'm going to attempt to do here. And we're using camel case. I know, it sucks. It sucks, I know. And then we just have to specify the byte size to OpenGL, and then we should be golden. And this, what this means is that every mesh we need to actually atomic add to instance offset regardless if it's getting cold or not. From Peru, nice to see you. I do remember you from the other day. It's good to see you. It's good to see you. Okay. Okay, so we have to do a couple of things here. We have to put it into the other shader. And we're going to, this is after we cull and then before we cull. And before we cull, we want to go instance offset. And this way, we only use the instance offset to derive our position from the base instance. However, what I need to do is now go through our draw commands and replace them with this byte size. So this is going to be, I believe that you can just do this for the byte size. Now I've never done this before, but at least this is what I read. And so now maybe this works. Maybe it works. Instance offset, draw elements. What do you mean draw elements? Where? Draw calls. Oh. Yeah, I didn't make that yet. I did not make it yet. We can do that. I just didn't want to get into the weeds with this yet, but sure. Okay. Instance offset is not member of struct. Okay, you're so right, it isn't a member of the struct. Okay. Come on. Okay, so far so perfect. So as we can see now, we're culling everything except what's in the light radius, which is exactly what we want to see. So we did it. Now we can get rid of the this. Exactly what we want to see. Now, I do want to move that back to the radius, to the actual light radius, and then see what it's like. It should cull exactly what is necessary for the light, and it doesn't, probably because the light radius is just massive, to be honest. I don't really have a way to change the radius other than bringing the intensity down. And as we bring the intensity down, then we start to cull literally everything other than what is near the point light. So this is working. This is working. This is working. Now, you could probably frustum cull as well. I kind of looked it up. If you want to frustum cull for each point light face, you could with the setup that we're doing now. I don't know if it would be worth it though. I don't know if it would be worth it. I kind of looked it up and it kind of seemed expensive. Anyway. Cool. We have a point light and we have point light shadows. It was quite painful to get to this point. But we're very happy about it. Okay, point light shadow size. We want to bring it down to 64 or 128, something like this. Because once you have a bunch of lights, then that gets pretty expensive. Now things are just, there's some acne. There's a lot of acne. But that's alright. That is alright because we can solve it. We can always solve it. Yeah, there is a bunch of acne. Let me actually see something in the init. We could also do the hardware PCF because we don't do the hardware comparison right now. Because I kind of wanted to test the manual bias and stuff like that. So we could do the hardware as well. I just want to make sure that our... Yeah, so let's use 16 instead. And let's go to max point light shadow CMA. And let's use GL linear and do the hardware thing. Because I want to see how it looks like with the hardware sampling. So we're gonna make this a cube array shadow, and we're going to not do the manual comparison, and the thing will be you use the current depth for comparisons, and you want to divide it by 100 so that it uses the linear depth. Or, well, does the opposite of the linear depth. And now we have kind of PCF'd thing. Because of the low resolution though, there is kind of acne everywhere, but we do have smoother shadows now. Now we can also do minus bias, and that cleans up the acne pretty well, but gives us Peter Panning again. So yeah. Yeah, it's tough. Bias divided by 2 doesn't seem too bad. There is still, yeah. There is still the Peter Pan. And it isn't negative dir, right? Nah, yeah, that's definitely really bad. Yeah. Yeah, yep. Yeah, and that just brings back the acne. Yeah, I do think that at low resolutions like this, it's kind of unavoidable, kind of, which sucks. There's only so much normal bias that you can do. Yeah. Yeah, I think we probably have to go to 128 to clean it up a little bit more. So I'm just going to bring us back down to 0.25 and then just make it 128. Unfortunately, I think 64 by 64 is just too small. Yeah, at 128 it cleans it up pretty nicely. There are still some artifacts, yeah. But hey, it's better than no point light shadows, you know? It is better than no point light shadows. This is just gonna Peter Pan us. We already know that. We'd also try culling front faces as well for it. We didn't really try that, but I don't really like culling the front faces, to be honest. Not like a big fan of that sort of thing, because it causes a lot of Peter Panning. But just to see, the Peter Panning actually isn't even that bad with this. Like, it's not as bad as you would think. It is there, though. It's pretty obvious, too. You don't need a bias when you do the front face culling, so you can get rid of it. It is just kind of there, though. Yeah, not really much you can do about it. Yeah. Dibba-doo-dum. We tried biasing in the other direction. Oh. Yeah, biasing it in the other direction actually works. Oh, nice. Yeah, that's what I thought. Might help. Cool. Okay, so we'll just cull front faces for it. That's fine. It looks to be pretty good. It looks to be pretty good. What is the threshold on this light? It really has such a crazy radius. Oh my god. The fuck is that? What? Is that because we are not doing our own draw calls? I'm gonna assume that that's what that's from. That it's culling stuff that we're trying to look at. Because I commented this stuff out. What I'm gonna hope. I hope that... Oh, wow. Yeah. That's weird. That is really weird. What is that coming from? Is that my clusters? It might be my clusters. Yeah. Okay. So my clusters can't deal with a low radius, I guess. Okay. Well, now I have to fix that. It's always something else. This takes in radius, right? And it does the... Seems like it's culling it too fast, too early. Is it possible that it's not light radius? No. No, yeah, that's just gonna turn off the lights. It's just slightly too early, you know? Or, well, not really. Okay, well, we might have to reread the cluster GitHub. Our indexing might be wrong on it or something. Hi from the moon. What's up? Oh, I'm sorry. That was really loud. I hit my my glass. My grid size is 16,924. All right, let's take a look. To find the resource that I was using. Let me see. From Dave. Dave and Ortiz. These are the GitHubs. Okay, so let's see. I didn't use this exactly. But maybe I should have. It seems to not be as bad in the other direction. It also doesn't seem to happen at all in that direction, and, well, slightly in this direction, but actually, yeah. This is the exact code that I have. The question I have is on the AABB's initialization. I kind of don't do exactly what he does, which maybe I should just do exactly what he does for the AABB's. How does he index? He does that, and then he divides it by, he does the screen dimensions. Yeah, I don't do that. I do it based on NDC, which is probably the problem. Maybe I should just copy exactly what this guy does, to be honest. Probably what I should do. This only became a problem with a smaller radius, which is kind of what makes me think that it's the ABBs. I think that the indexing for my tiles is correct because I've debug viewed them properly out. So the only thing that it could really be is the ABBs. So maybe I'll just copy exactly what he does. Yeah, let's just try to do it exactly how he does it. So let's take in okay, so he does what the fuck? He does that, and then he does the min and the max in screen space, which is basically what I'm doing, except not subtracting 1 for the NDC conversion. And then he does the screen to view space, which I think is exactly what mine is, except it's not an NDC and it uses use screen dimensions. Times 2 minus 1. Okay. So that goes from -1 to 1. I'm just going to test the way that he does it because okay. Okay, so he gets the min and the max using that. Okay. Okay, that's exactly the same. And then he doesn't do this in a loop. Right, yeah, he just passes it in. Endpoint minus start point. And start point is 0. And then he takes in the distance, which is either the near or the far plane. Alright, let's try it exactly the way that he does it. I'll just call it Z. And so he finds the distance and then he gives a hard-coded normal. And then he does normal dotted with the start point and then normal dotted with the direction. Okay. Did I find and fix a bug? I did find and fix a bug. So we have the point light shadows. As you can see, we have like the shadows that you can move around. So that's cool. But apparently we have another bug that I'm trying to fix. But think you know, for the internet, we're trying this guy's method, which I looked at before, but I didn't adapt it entirely faithfully, but we'll give it a shot. We will give it a shot. Okay, so then he mins it with 0 and then maxes it with 0. Oh, no. He mins it with the min near and the min far. So he calls this function line intersection z to with 0, 0, 0 and min tile slice near. And then he does it with slice far. And then he does it with the max. At least I think so. I'll check in a sec. And then he does min near, min far. And he does max near, max far. I believe that that's what it is, right? Near far, yeah, exactly. Exactly. He put 0 here. I don't think it matters, but you know, actually let's leave it at 1 because it's a point. Implicit narrowing, vec3 to float, 45, huh? This is supposed to be a float, z. And no more bug. No more bug. Okay. Is it stupid to think that it's that easy? Okay. All I had to do is copy his implementation. Is it really that easy? Coding is that easy when you just take other people's code, isn't it? Yeah, I mean, I don't really know what it was that solved it, but I'm pretty sure it had to do with probably, if I had to guess, the screen dimensions not being a part of my NTC calculation. So, oh hey, what's up? It is what it is. So we still have some weird shit. Dude, it's so cool, the legs, watching the legs like struggle against the wall. Scurry, 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 scurry. Slow. Scurry, 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 slow. I could play around with the walking physics all day. I mean, it's like genuinely probably the coolest thing I've ever made. Like honestly, top 10 coolest things I've ever made. Okay, we have point light shadows. We do. Now, the good thing about having bindless in the engine is that we can't even render dock anything to tell us if we did anything wrong. Oh, this isn't even working because I don't even take in the screen dimensions. Oh, you idiot. You idiot. You silly little idiot. Oh. Yeah, it was too easy. What did I say? I said it's too easy for this to just work. It's not doing anything because I don't actually pass the uniform. Suffering. Every time I say suffer, it reminds me of this guy who I just, dude. There was this guy, this paladin in World of Warcraft that I got the skull shield or whatever. You know, I forget what it's called, but the really rare drop from the mobs in I forget where they are, those mobs. Anyway, I got the skull shield. I got it like random drop. It just dropped like one day when I was just like farming mobs there for like herbs or whatever it was. Or is it RTVs or something? Anyway, I think it's corpse bloom or something. I don't know. Anyway, I got the skull shield, and you know I was so hyped to get a drop. Like that's something, you know, in MMOs when you get a drop like that, like that's such a rare thing that it's like, to me that was like crazy that I got that drop because that's like, you know, insanely rare. Anyway, there was this paladin and he was in this guild that like hated us. Like they were like, they like griefed us, they hated us. And but he wanted to buy the shield from me. And so it was like this whole thing, you know, where I'll always remember this. Like this is like one of the best like moments of my life because he was like offering me so much money and I just wasn't selling it to him because I didn't like him, and I would just tell him no more because I was the only one on the server who had the fucking shield, okay, because we're like a small server or whatever. And I ended up selling it to my friend for like nothing. And dude, I'll never forget how livid this guy was. Like I'm telling you, this guy like had a full crash out in the Discord, and I just posted a Little B song called Texas. That's like, dude, I just like sent him that video, and dude, that guy was so fucking tilted. And I remember he said something like suffer. He was like dude. Oh my god, that was so fucking good. Did I implement smoothing shadow edges? I have the hardware PCF on it, so that's kind of all I can do. I can't do any more than that. It's kind of as fast as it can get. Yeah, it's the same issue. It's literally the same issue. It's the same exact thing. Oh, it's like, this is clusters, by the way. It's culling the light way too early. Yeah. Yeah, fuck if I know how to fix this. I mean, I implemented his exact code, and you know, it's the exact same thing. The bug is exactly the same. So I guess it's not the ABBs. I guess it's not. Maybe it is the culling, the actual culling. Oh, wait a second. I just had an idea. I just had an idea. Oh, yeah, that's probably what it is. That's probably what it is. Uh-huh. When we init the clusters ABB, init clusters, where do I init it? We haven't actually uploaded our, oh, I did actually upload my cam before it. Okay, well, fucking rip, 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 rip. Yeah. Well, that was like my idea, and now I feel quite stupid. Am I sure that it's not proj times view? Let's see how he does it. Does he do proj times view? No, he just does view. He just does view. Dude, I have so many good memories from playing World of Warcraft. Yeah. I don't play anymore. My friends wanted me to go back. Not like I would even have fucking money to have a subscription or whatever anymore, but I think that that's just one of those things where it's like you know, you go through life and then you have like these things that you do for a little while, and then you have all of the experiences for the rest of your life, and now it's like, you know, it's kind of over, but I still have those great memories. Let's try indexing it how he does it. I mean, maybe this is wrong. How do I do view pause again? Did I change this maybe when I was doing the other shit? No, I didn't change it. That's correct. Let me try this. Now there's no bug, but I doubt that it's culling the lights. Oh yeah, it just blinks out of existence over there. Hey, what's up, Luke? Good to see you. Oh, hold on a second. Is this U far? Is that slice near supposed to be U far? No, it isn't. No, it is not. How's my day going? It's okay. It's better than yesterday. Yesterday was pretty stressful with the code that I had to write. It's okay for now. We just have a bug that I don't know how to fix, so I mean, what's new there? But it's something to do with the clusters. I already had this debug shader to see what the clusters are. My Y tile is divided by... Yeah, let's try switching it because this is... That's supposed to be 916 like that. How's my coffee situation? Oh, the kettle? Well, the kettle is... It's not just for coffee. Oh, that's interesting. Well, that's interesting indeed. Yeah, as you can see, we have it on screen space, and then the Z, kind of when we're near to the ground, you can see the Z as well, like the yellow. Yeah, there's this fucking gnat in here, man. That's detrimental to my mental, for sure. Huh, so maybe we swap... Maybe we swap X and Y then. But yeah, my mom got a new kettle, so it's my fault for fucking breaking the kettle, obviously. So, but I'm assuming AI was yeah, it was no help. It was literally no help. I can actually let me pull up my conversation with the AI last night, because I did ask it at some point, hey, I need some fucking help because I don't know how to do this, like what the bug is, and it said to me, I said, it looks like there's a simple rectangle on the ground that I can't seem to get rid of. Moves with the light too. There's a dark rectangle shadow that doesn't really seem to change with bias. I've enclosed the photo. Isn't it strange how one section is simply darker than the rest? When it passes over a doorway, the patch seems to disappear. And then it says, this is actually a fascinating visual artifact, and it's the absolute final piece of the puzzle. Building it, you know, blah, 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 blah. It says... It said that it was my near plane was not small enough, and that there was a precision issue, which actually had nothing to do with it at all. But whatever. How does one break a kettle? It was a glass electric kettle, and I put it down to dry. I put it upside down is how I dry it, and then it rolled off the counter. So that's what happened to the kettle. It was in the middle of the night. I just got up. I went to make coffee, and I just put it down to dry. And then I like literally just looked away, got a dish, started washing it, and then I just heard it just crash on the floor, and then instantly shatter into like a million pieces. I'm lucky that the cat didn't get hurt, but yeah, fucking sucks. Anyway, new kettle, also glass, but I'm just going to be more careful with it. Let's try doing it exactly like how he does it. I'm kind of worried if screen dimensions has to be the render dimensions or what. Actually, let's count. Let's count the. No, that is 9. No, that isn't 9. That isn't 9 on the bottom. Let's try using the rendering scale instead of let's try render width and render height instead of screen width and screen height. Yeah, it was a glass one, yeah. Yeah, we have electric kettle. Where do I call this again? I call this during the render loop over here, called clusters. I call it with, oh, wait a second. Do I use U screen res. Which I taken as a vec2. Okay. Let's just try render. Let's see. Okay, so now we have 9 and 16, which is correct. Okay, so it's render resolution, not screen resolution. And no more bug. Okay. Hopefully. What keyboard? I built it myself a long time ago when I had money to build the keyboards. You can use the command if you want to know more about it. It's a tofu something with a brass weight in it and boba U4Ts. Okay, I think the bug is gone. I think the bug is gone. I think the bug is gone. Oh yeah, by the way, if the shadows look a bit blocky, they're blocky, but I can change the hardware PCF up, but it's not going to run nice on my computer. So that's just the way it's got to be for now. There is some gnarly stuff like this. Like there's a bit of really, really slight Peter Panning on it. But for the most part, I mean, the shadows look great. I mean, not to seem crazy here, but I think the shadows just look fantastic. Okay. So yeah, we've point light shadows. Now, are they going to be efficient in terms of having multiple of these getting updated all the time? I'm not really sure. I think I'm just going to have a dirty flag for each one and then only update it when dirty. But that's going to come with its own, own challenges once we have like dynamic objects. Like whenever something moves, we'll need to trip a flag if it's inside light radius, some light's radius, and then trip the flag to update it. But yeah, you definitely don't want to be updating this for every light every frame. So that's, it's just a game. Yeah, it's fine. I mean, if I had a good computer, I would probably do it at a higher res. But yeah, how do the lights know about the environment? To cast shadows and stuff. Well, the way shadows work, right? And how we do the point light shadows is it doesn't really know about the environment. It just draws it, right? So you basically put a camera at the light's location and you just draw the environment from that position and then use the depth that it generates to test against, right? So if I'm the light at this location, right, we literally put a camera here and we render it in all directions to a cube map, right? And then when we're rendering, we draw this, and then this depth is greater than the depth that we recorded here, and so we shade it. And so that's how all shadows work in video games, is you put a camera at the light. It happens with the sunlight too. I don't have it enabled right now, but if you have a sun over here, you put a literal camera in the sky and you render it, right? And then once you're down here, you see that this has a higher depth value than this, and so you just draw it black. And that's just, so it doesn't actually know anything. And so that's why if you have like a moving object, like a moving chair or whatever, it's just going to draw it every frame, and it's going to have a shadow. So it doesn't actually know about the physics system. All it does is it just draws all the environment. The tricky thing with point light shadows specifically is that they're expensive because you have to draw 6 times. No, it doesn't raycast. It doesn't raycast. It literally is a camera here that draws exactly what we see. Exactly what we see in all directions. It literally draws the scene like we're seeing it right now. The light here every frame draws exactly this. It draws exactly this to what we call a depth buffer, right? And so it stores the value of this wall right in front of it, how far that wall is. And so when we're over here and we see this wall that's further away from it, we know, oh, this wall is further than this wall, and so we know that it's occluded, right? So that's how it works. But it's expensive because obviously a cube has 6 faces, so you have to do it 6 times, which is not cheap. But that's why I want to have a dirty flag for it, so that we don't do it every frame. Only when something changes within the lights thing. So I'm just going to have a Boolean SM dirty for it. And then that's what when we'll render the shadow. Practice of erasing the parts that are not. It's culling. That's what it's called, culling. And that's what we do with our lights, right? So that's what I showed earlier when, I don't know if you were here back then, but I showed basically I only rendered what the light sees, and it was just the meshes that are near the light, right? So that's basically what that is, right? Everything that isn't within the radius of the light doesn't draw, right? We also have what's called frustum culling, which only draws what's within our view. So those are the two main types of kind of culling. There's a bunch of different things like BSP based culling and things like that, but those are the main two ones that are kind of done. A lot of the old ones are kind of for older games, like in Doom. How they pulled off Doom was a lot of BSP based off binary space partitioning, which isn't a real thing nowadays because it's so incredibly complicated to do with such big meshes. It's incredibly difficult. So, yeah. Yep. At the end, we'll just turn L SM dirty equals false. Now, I don't know how I'm going to turn that flag on, but on a init, we'll just set all the lights to have SM dirty on. Now we have to figure out how to do directional lights with multi-draw, which I have no clue how we're gonna do it. I have no clue how we're gonna do the multi-draw. Oh, I forgot to expand this classic one. And look at that. I mean, that's pretty sick. So now we have like two lights that have different shadows, which is pretty cool to see. Pretty cool to see. And it's not expensive because we aren't moving the lights and moving things within the lights. However, now we have to figure out a way to figure out which lights need to get updated each frame. I wonder if I could use my clusters to figure out which lights need to get shadow mapped. Probably, no, yeah, you could. You definitely could, I think. Maybe you would have to do another pass, though, to do that. Yeah. Okay, so that's cool. We have no directional light though, which is a problem that I'm noticing. Did I comment it out when we were doing the other stuff? I did. I think that we do still have the ability to have a directional light. Yeah, we do. And do we have a shadow map for that, or is that broken? I think it's probably broken. I don't wanna talk about it. Seems like the light itself is kind of broken. Or no, I'm totally touching the wrong light, I think. Yeah, I was just touching the wrong light. Yeah, the shadow map isn't on. Okay, so let's try and do that. I think I just commented it out. I don't wanna talk about it. Oh, you broke my heart. I think I just commented it out like this. Oh my god. Okay. Stop it. Oh, we need a new shader. Oh, we need a new shader. Okay. Let's make a new shader then. We need one that does the point light shadows because it's done in linear depth. So I need a new one. That's why I was bugging out. That's why I had that commented out too. I don't wanna talk about it. How you broke my heart. If I stay here for a little bit longer. If I stay here, won't you listen? init.h shader init.h. Let's go to the shaders. Let's make a new shader called the point light shadow shader. I thought that I could use the same one, but turns out no. I cannot use the same one, so that sucks. I know I could have done that better. I don't care. Okay. And now we just use that one during that call, and this one during this call, and we're happy campers. We're very happy campers. Camper. Okay. Oh, thank you. I appreciate that. Okay, there we go. And now we have Hopefully the directional shadows also... There we go, we do. It's kind of hard to see, but we do have them. Are they correct? They don't look correct. Holy fucking shit. What is that lag about? My god. Now, yeah, something is broken with this. Something is pretty broken with it. Okay. Okay. That's... No, it's not. It's nuclear. Okay. Oh, this is the wrong size. I forgot to change that to the new size that we created. Yeah, we created a new size for the extra data we have to pass through. So, yeah. Yeah, nuclear's alright. It's kind of a pain though sometimes. Okay, that looks correct. That looks correct. No. That looks correct. That looks correct. That's pretty sick to have all the shadows interacting. It's pretty neat. Pretty neat. Good stuff, good stuff, good stuff. What kind of game? I want to make a 3D immersive turn-based RPG, but I haven't really thought I mean, I've thought about the combat system. I can't really decide on things. It's hard for me to really decide on things yet. But I know that the combat system is going to involve gambling, luck, intelligence. My kind of like idea of the combat system is that every turn you get dice rolls that change what you can do. And there's going to be skill trees that are going to change your capabilities and what you can do in battle. But yeah, something like this. But yeah. Sounds neat, thank you. Okay. So 2 things we can do next. We have lost the ability to render moving objects because we're missing draw elements indirect. Now, theoretically, draw elements indirect should be just equivalent to the draw arrays indirect. Theoretically. But I'm not sure. I am not entirely sure. But we can give it a shot. We can give it a shot. How we do it is we would bind the GL draw indirect buffer to elements command buffer out, and then just do GL draw arrays indirect draw elements indirect command like this, and use the element offset. Tricky thing with this is we don't have the prefix sum for it, so we have to make a new thing. Luckily, it's actually just like this. We don't also have frustum culling yet. So I have to do that as well. 2, 2, 2. I mean, that should be fine. And this should be exactly the same. Now, I don't know if later I want to change the prefix sum to be less slow, but luckily, well, not luckily, we do have to do this every frame, so it is something to think about. But we'll cross that bridge. When we get to it. Now we have to do some managing on the buffers to figure out how to do it. So 5 is the in data. 5 would be the in data. And then 6 is the out. And now we just have to make the other shader. Yeah, I mean, so what I'm working on right now is multi-draw indirect. Basically multi-draw indirect is a way to avoid CPU overhead by way of keeping the data on the GPU so that it never touches the CPU. So basically what happens is that you do all of your culling, all of your stuff that determines what you're drawing on the GPU, and then basically call the drawing from the GPU. So all we call is multi-draw arrays or elements indirect, and it just looks up the actual draw calls instructs on the GPU in these buffers. So that's what I'm working on right now, is that pipeline. It's kind of complex, like, I'm not gonna lie. Using Windows 10 because I have a bad computer that has old NVIDIA drivers, and I need a very specific version that isn't available on Linux. That is why. If you want to offer me work or money, that would be cool, so that I don't have to do that. That would be cool. What does Team Red have to mean? Join my crypto pump and dump pyramid scheme? Yeah, you should see my email, Luke, my business email. I get plenty of people wanting me to advertise their AI products on my fucking YouTube channel. Like, and it's just the emails are written by AI too. It's like, did you just call me lazy? What? What? Okay. Okay, so the same thing for, I think those odds are to basically anybody. I mean, they obviously don't actually, they've never watched my content, right? Because if they'd watched one bit of my content, then they would know that I would have laughed at that. They're not offering me enough money to do that shit. Offering free stuff? Yeah. I have to do a lot of binding of buffers and shit. But whatever. Now, theoretically, we should just be able to GL bind command buffer for everything. Or, you know, do this. I wasn't calling you. Okay, thank you. Thank you for confirming that. Okay. Let's just make sure that we didn't break anything with regular everything here. Yeah, everything seems fine. We shouldn't have any elements drawing anyway. What we can now do is try the other scene out with more complex stuff going on, the bar scene. The classic bar scene, and oh yeah, slop, yeah. Okay, so we immediately seem to have some issues. Dibba-da-boom. Booba-da-boom. Okay. So that's not good. I'm gonna guess sub meshes don't work. But we don't seem to see any chairs. We sure are gonna have collisions with the chairs, but we don't see any chairs. Submesh materials don't work, which isn't great. But I don't see the chairs. Okay. Maybe we forgot to do something with the elements stuff. We should also probably be using a less complicated scene for testing this, to be honest. Oh, wait a second. We don't... No. This does do it. This does do it. The draw dirty does handle it. Dibba-ba-dum. Oh, my dibba-da-boom. I think he's talking about my dibba-da-boom. I hate it too. I need to get rid of it, but I need to have it open for my polling rate on my thingamajig. I need my polling rate on my thingamajig. Did I ever set up the buffers? That's a good question. Did I ever set up the element buffers? I didn't set up the element buffer out. Exactly what I didn't do. That's exactly what I didn't do. Just I probably was like halfway through doing this and then I just didn't finish it. Okay, let's see if we can get the stools. Please tell me we get the stools. Oh, what the fuck? Oh no. Oh no. Oh hell nah. Oh hell nah. Oh hell nah. Son, hell nah. Oh wait a second, we're not drawing with the... Oh no, we are. Wait, but did we do it... Did we change the type on the... We didn't. We didn't. That's what I thought. That's what I thought. Imagine sitting on those. Yeah, that would be sucky. Yeah, every time I change the DPI on my mouse, it goes a little bit bonkers. Bonkers, gadonkers. Okay. Well, the bar is completely fucked. If anybody wanted to know if the bar was completely fucked, it's completely fucking over. The bar is over. Okay, so we have some things we need to work out then. Let's just make sure that we did everything fine here. Let's just make sure that we did everything fine. Because there's about like 20 billion points where everything can get fucked up in drawing this stuff. So there's about 1 million different points. About 1 million. I did set up the shader correctly, right? I think I did. I think I did. I think I did. Okay, so let's go to where we push the draw calls onto the thing. Wait a second, wait a second, wait a second. They need... Okay, so the instances... Ah, shit. Okay, I think I know what's happening. Oh, this is gonna be hard, though. Okay, so... Claude fix everything, make no mistake. Yeah. Yeah, I don't hate Gemini, to be honest. Gemini is good for, like, short things. Like, if I need, like, a mental kind of, like, reset... I can be like, yo, what the fuck is going on with my brain right now? Tell me it's going to be okay. And that's the use of AI for sure. But it doesn't write code, so. Okay. Okay. Okay, so the arrays and elements are indexing into the same array, but they are not, both of them aren't aware of themselves. of their own, of the other's offsets. So the arrays have one set of offsets, the elements have another set of offsets. That's difficult. That is difficult, isn't it? So unless we want to have two different instance buffers, which technically we could technically have two different ones. I'm just wondering if there's a way I could perform a prefix sum over both of them with offsets. Or I could store on the element struct the offset for a global offset. Global offset, then use draw ID to get the Yeah, it's tough. It's tough. Nah, this is really tough, actually. All right, peace out, Luke. Have a nice dinner. Shit. Yeah, this is tough. Because I can't have both draw arrays and draw elements in one array. I may simply need two instance buffers. I'm not gonna lie. It just sucks to have more VRAM. But I think the only other way would be to do a prefix sum of both of them and then do a prefix sum together. And that's probably slower than just having two of them. Shit. Can it run Doom? Yeah, it definitely could. How about this? How about we solve one problem at a time and not get ahead of ourselves, because we definitely aren't drawing the static geometry right on its own. And so I think what I'm going to do is I'm just going to comment out all the stuff that isn't just the static geometry, and then we'll just go from there. Let's just get that working first, because it should technically be completely separate. It should technically be completely separate. And so we obviously don't have it. Boom. We obviously don't have it working properly. Most of it's in the right place. I don't know why. So this has the wrong texture, and it's in the wrong, and this is the wrong texture. Pretty much everything other than the windows has the wrong texture. And the floor and the windows, obviously. Doing the solo, yeah. Yeah, C is awesome. If you have any questions, then I'd be happy to answer anything. Yeah, you know. Yeah, a more complicated scene like this probably breaks things a little bit. So we have to think about it. Oh, yeah, but we need to not push. Oh, okay, hold on. Yeah, you know what? We probably need to just not push instances that aren't static. If not M, static mesh, continue. And then this probably works. Hopefully. Okay, better. But the materials are incorrect. That's our new thing. Okay, our materials are incorrect for submeshes. Okay, so what's up, Catalyst? Our materials are incorrect for submeshes. Okay. Our mat equals mn material. And mn material gets pushed here. Current command material. But that isn't. No, this should be submesh specific. This should be submesh specific. I wonder if trmnid is working. Offset. It looks like submeshes don't have their own materials. which is strange since this should take care of that. That should theoretically take care of it. Could also be a problem with bindless. I don't know. Let's make sure that the structs match for mesh node data GPU. It does match. And when I assign the MNID, when I push them down here, I go mesh data J. Oh, do I use... I do, don't I? I do use SMID. Maybe SMID is wrong, though. Current command SMID. We can see what that is. I can print that out in a sec. SMID equals J, right? SMID equals J. Where do I set material here? I do it up here. Okay. I think that that's exactly what you need to do, actually. That's exactly how I learned coding, was just random projects. That is exactly what you do to learn it. Okay, let's check the MNID and the J. God fucking damn it. I can't type. Okay, let's see it. The J does go to 1. Why are we doing this multiple times? Should only do this once. We should not be doing this every frame. That's weird. As expected, we do have submeshes. They're probably in the wrong order. Does it even matter if they're in the same order, though? Maybe it does. Hold on. No, because we have the indirection. We have DCMNID. That goes to the... Oh, but this isn't draw call count. Oh, but that shouldn't matter. Wait, no, it does matter. It does matter. Hmm. Oh, I didn't see that you said on Scratch. I thought in Scratch. I thought from Scratch. No, I don't know. We do a debug shader that just shows us what the mat is. what number mat is. What? Oh. Yeah, so it is getting the same. It is all getting this. So the material is definitely the problem. So I'm guessing the TRMN ID is the problem. I could probably assign it straight to the transform. I could assign it straight to transform the material just to see if it would change anything. So I think I'm going to try this on the transform. I do have to change the struct though then, but we can try it. We can try it. We could also keep it straight on this struct as well, which is probably where it should go. If we're gonna put it anywhere else. So now we don't have to have indirection here, and we can just go tr material or material. Hard to tell. We should take the debug shitter off. No. No. Oh, and it just flashed. Well, that's not good. Yeah, well, that didn't work, it seems. We could also put it on the that is certainly weird that that doesn't work. Actually, I think I know what it is. I think I kind of know what it is. It's that the ordering of the submeshes needs to be the same. In fact, technically we shouldn't even go by submesh at all. We should literally just go by DC. Do we have DC command ID? No. So then store that. Let's go DC material and then go DC command ID. Current command, and let's just make it a thing. That way we can use it later. Oh wait, but we don't, oh, the draw commands don't persist. Let's see. So we need indirection. We need indirection. All right, peace out. We need indirection then. We need indirection. No, you just have another indirection. For the submesh. Yeah. You go SMID. And then just use DC SMID. Okay, fixed it, figured it out. Sorry, that took me a while to wrap my head around what was happening, but yeah, that's the correct way to do it. That doesn't fix the dynamic meshes, which we still have to fix, obviously. So let's just try rendering it. Oh fuck. Again, now with that fixed. Okay, we don't render anything because I'm not pushing them onto the buffer because I forgot to comment that back in. I don't think that this is gonna work still. Yeah. The weird thing though is that it's drawing the wrong meshes though. Like, I don't think that this is necessarily a transform bug. I don't think it's necessarily a transform bug. It looks like a raw draw call bug, like the wrong vertex layout or something like that. Is this different for... Oh, because I'm calling arrays indirect instead of elements indirect. Okay, my bad. There we go. Like a party, I guess so. Too few arguments. Okay, my bad on that. My bad on that one. Okay, so now we have a table. So we have the table. The things are just gonna have the wrong transforms. We have two tables. I'm looking for the stools. The bar is broken. I don't know where the stools are. They should just have the wrong transforms now. There shouldn't be anything funky going on anymore with it. But I don't see the stools, which means that there's probably something else wrong going on with it. I was using GL unsigned int, right? Yeah, I did. This may be mode type prim count. That should be element offset. Well, I mean, it's close to working. You know, we don't have the right transforms, obviously. I could try, you know what I could try, since the problem is that they are both on top of each other, I could try just not doing any static meshes. See, this is what I was worried about, is that the stools just appear to not be here. Which seems like a specific issue. Alright, let's comment out the point light shadows just to simplify things. And let's comment out the shadow map. Just to simplify things, because I don't want anything fucking it up. The dynamic objects also may go through some weird shit. How long have I been working on? Well, this engine, I've been working on it for a couple of months. My old one, longer than that. Let's just make sure that nothing is fucking with it. Undefined variable skin mat. Nah, yeah. They appear to just not exist. Huh. I kind of want to make sure that the stools exist in this version of the bar, though I think that they do. Yeah, they definitely do. They definitely do. I'm being dumb. I'm being dumb. I'm being dumb. You can die, Blender. It's got to be something weird that they don't wanna exist. I wonder if they're getting submitted. We can see if they're getting submitted to the draw. I'm pretty sure that they are. Oh, maybe base vertex matters. And maybe first index isn't a byte offset. Mm-hmm. Is it the byte or index offset? Which one is it? A constant value added to each index. That shouldn't matter. The byte or index offset. I guess we can try it as just a raw index. I am doing indirect. Yeah, I have multi-draw indirect. That's what I'm working on right now. Okay. So it's not a byte offset. It's apparently not a byte offset. Apparently. Which is weird because for a regular draw call, it is a byte offset, so okay. So now for the hard part. So our instances are in one buffer. Read any C programming books when I was learning C? Kind of like after I learned C, I read CSAPP. But, I mean, the K&R book is good, so I hear, but I kind of am of the opinion that C is so simple that it doesn't really require a book. Programming, on the other hand, is hard. So programming requires a book. C does not. DX11, yeah, it's the multi-draw indirect is hard. It also makes you it limits you in a lot of ways, because now you have to find ways to do textures. Like it's a big commitment. The reason I did it was to have frustum culling on the GPU. You kind of need to do that. And I wanted to have culling for our point light shadows. And so that's why I moved to multi-draw indirect, because it's easier to do that stuff. And there's less, uploading to buffers and stuff when you just do it indirect. So it's kind of painful, though, not gonna lie. It is kind of painful to set it up. Yep. Okay. The problem is that I have an instance buffer with all of the instance transforms, and they index into both GLDraw arrays and GLDraw elements. The problem with this is that the offsets for both of those two, the prefix sums that we compute, are completely two separate arrays. And they go into two separate fucking SSBOs, by the way. So, the issue is that I either find a way to do a second prefix sum over both of them and then combine them, or I just have one instance buffer for static geometry and one instance buffer for the GLDraw element stuff. So those are my two options. I don't really know which one to choose, because if I figure out how to do a secondary prefix sum over both of them and combine them, that could be fine, but it might be slower than just having two SSBOs, because now I have to do a second prefix sum. So I don't know what I'm going to choose. How long have I been doing this? About 2 years now, since I started doing 3D graphics. This is difficult, because I don't know which one's going to be faster. And the problem with doing the secondary prefix sum is that I would technically need another array that is just straight up indirection into the array commands and the elements commands. That is just the indices. Yeah, it's hard. Like a C buffer, I'm not sure what the equivalent is. An SSBO is just a buffer that resides on the GPU. I mean, it's literally just a massive buffer, right? That's just what it is. A UBO is just a tiny version of it. That's kind of what we have in OpenGL. But SSBOs, you can do immutable storage and pointers and stuff like that write into it from the CPU. But mainly you use SSBOs in compute. You have like buffers like this. That's an SSBO. This is something that I might look up. How to manage See if anything comes up. Okay, that's smart. Yeah, I don't know why I didn't think of that. That's what I should definitely do. I should definitely do that. I should definitely do that. Okay, I have to figure out how to do that though. I can just write the elements onto a second part of the array. So that's what I'll do. A UBO? I see. Yeah, for SSBOs, usually you don't want to touch them too much from the CPU just because it's expensive and it causes sync points. So usually it's one of those things where you kind of upload data once and then process it on the GPU and then, you know. Okay. So I can just, instead of just having the instance buffer and like having two instance buffers, I should just have one section for the static geometry and one section for the non-static geometry. So we can just use an offset, just some random number that splits it in half. Now how do I do that? I'm gonna need 2 dispatches. Or no, I don't need 2 dispatches. I'm gonna have to do some math though. I'm gonna have to do some math. Well, not necessarily. What I'm gonna need to take in is instead of a U instance count, you need a U instance count static and a U instance, dynamic count. And then just split them. Yeah. And then you add the same offset on the other end. Okay, got it. Okay, so let's do it. Okay, so we want to split it down the middle. And so when I initialize this, our instance SSBO, is dynamic. The tricky part is it's complicated, but we need to map them back out. Right? So when we push our instances, right, we are giving the counts to the indirect draw calls, right? Then the indirect draw calls have a prefix sum that goes over them. And then once we are within, the per vertex data, we need to get the transforms back out from the instances. Do you get what I'm saying? And the stuff that is static geometry has and dynamic geometry now have two different prefix sums that are overlapping in the array. Do you see what I'm saying? So even if they were ordered, the offsets would still be garbage, right? And so you either you can't push them like you can't just push the static geometry and then the dynamic geometry, because the way I have it set up is that the draw commands are pre-sorted based on opacity and things like this. So you can't just push one and then the other. So I'm going to need to have half of the buffer as one and then half of the buffer as another, so that I can offset it properly. Because otherwise it's just going to be nonsense, I think. Now it is technically possible. It is technically possible that I don't have to split it in half, and I could put them next to each other, maybe. Let me think about it. You know what? Maybe that is just possible. I don't think that they it may be possible. It may be possible. I don't know how it would work out, but I could try it. I don't have to split it in half, maybe. Maybe I could just put them contiguous so that there's no math anymore. And then just add the offset of the static geometry during the yeah. Okay. Yeah, I can try it. Maybe I don't have to split it directly in half. I'm worried that they still have to be in order. I'm worried that they still have to be in order, but maybe they don't have to be in order. Because we already have these indirections. Yeah, maybe not. Okay, so let's just literally do the static geometry first and then the dynamic geometry. And I'm just going to do the ugly code thing here, and because we might actually just have to get rid of this in a second because it may not work. But I can't really think about it any further without breaking my fucking brain. So we're just going to do it like that. And then we'll just have this transform count is now going to be split up into just like that. Yeah. This is fine. Okay. Now we just pass this to this, and then instead of Wait, no, this already, okay. Yeah, I can just add it after. I can just add it after now. That's fine. Yeah. I can just add it after. I'm thinking way too hard about this, I think. I can just simply add it when I draw. Which is somewhere here, I promise. Okay. So let's just add it to when we draw. I'm just gonna call it uOffset then, and then this will be static count. Oh no, no, you can't just add that because it has to be. It has to be the. It has to be the whole instance count for everything. What you could do, this is kind of crazy. What you could do is you could bind this buffer and then read the base instance plus the instance count of the last command using this offset. Use this offset, get the transform of the last static instance, use that to index into but there's no guarantee that that's the last one. No, you use the array count. You use the array offset. The array offset. Use the array offset. Okay. You also need a Boolean. To say if it's the dynamic pass, because now we're doing it like this. So we need to bind this. We need to bind this. Oh, this is complicated. Okay, we need to bind this and then get it. So if we are in the dynamic pass, we need to get the command from draw arrays commands, and we're going to use that u offset to get it. And then we just off equals com dot instance count plus com dot instance offset. No, dot base instance. And then you just add this offset to this. That's so fucking complicated. Holy fucking shit. That is so complicated. Okay. We need to bind this to 5. Yeah, that's like really complicated. Okay, let's see if my idea worked. Assignment to uniform. Oh, I didn't put I didn't put double equals. What is wrong with me? Implicit cast from uint to bool. Oh, that probably was. Okay. Obviously not correct. But close. But obviously not correct. Maybe it's u offset -1. No. Shit. I kind of knew it was a long shot, but I wanted to try it. Oh, I didn't mean... These are UIs, but I don't know if that matters. Holy shit, it does matter. Yes! Oh my god, I can't believe that I fucking did that. Okay. That's really, really complicated indexing scheme. Jesus fucking Christ. That is a really complicated indexing scheme. Man, that's fucking ridiculous. I don't know why we don't have any lighting. It's kind of concerning to me. Like a little bit concerning. Because this should be lighting things up. Oh, the point light shadows. Okay. Okay, we're fucking in it. Okay, that was really complicated. So, to explain what we're doing, right? We, to get the offset for our dynamic draw elements geometry, what we have to do is we have to take the final array command and find its offset, and then use that to get our starting offset. It's kind of convoluted, like, I'm not gonna lie, and it does require binding a buffer again, which is kind of gnarly. I'm not like the biggest fan of it, to be honest, but yeah. complicated. Very complicated. Very complicated. Static and dynamic is a single dispatch. No, it's still two because my static geometry is GL draw arrays. Reason why is light maps. My light maps are, and all light maps are not per vertex but per triangle. That's just the way the UVs work out for them. So you have to do GL draw arrays because you have triangle soup. You actually can't do GL draw elements. It took me a while to realize that, but yeah. So all my static geometry just has to be GL draw arrays, and so that's why you have to go through some extra loops because now I have to have two different structures for them separately. So that's why this is kind of convoluted. But yeah. It's one buffer, but it's two dispatches technically. So, but it's not really the end of the world. It's not really the end of the world. It's just kind of the price you have to pay for it. There's really no way around it. But anyway, it is kind of annoying that we have to have these uniforms too. But the end of the day, it's literally just boom, boom. It's really not that crazy. We do have to copy this for everything, like our point light shadows, that drawing thing too. We should really put it just like in a function, which we can do as well. And now just call this instead. Just to abstract a little bit of it away. We should abstract more of this away so that we can be less error prone, because right now there's a lot of stuff that just isn't abstracted and a lot of like mumbo jumbo code. So honestly, I should fork this file and then do that, because otherwise I think we're just going to keep on making bugs. So I'll probably just do that right now. We need to restart LSP when we do this, and what code editor? It's Helix. Just get rid of, this stuff is still important. This is our legs. We can get rid of this. Don't want to get rid of render BVH. We can get rid of that. My nail almost came off. I need to cut my nails. Like, that's something that I need to do really badly. I just like never have time to fucking do it. Wow, Neovim? It's similar to Neovim, yeah. I don't really find the need for debuggers that much, and when I do, I use GDB, although Ella hates that I do that, so maybe I shouldn't do that anymore, but is what it is. Yeah, there's a lot of stuff in here that we can get rid of, actually. Like, for example, all of this NDF stuff. We had this stream where I was going to blend the Reflection Pro cube maps, and then I realized later that you can just do that in a shader and it's actually cheaper, so that's why we can get rid of that. Render all draw commands. It kind of makes sense to keep it for historical reasons in terms of like things we need to remember, but I can always look it up in the old file. This we can get rid of since we know that this works now. This old upload instance data we can get rid of because we rewrote it for the MDI. This is for sure render width. This is the same thing that's down there. Yeah. What do I do outside of programming? Not much, really. I have a guitar. I have multiple guitars. I used to be a musician. I went to school for music, and I used to produce music for people. That was kind of what I did for the majority of like the ages, 18 to like 20 something. And then I went to college for lit because I really like I like art and I like books, but then I just am in a lot of debt because of it, and I didn't finish because I am bipolar and I dropped out. So really I don't really do much other than programming is what I mean to say. I just kind of program. That's kind of like what I do. I know it's not the most exciting thing, but it's just what I enjoy. Do I have BVH space partitioning? I do. I have 2 BVHs. I have one over the scene and then one over the triangles of each mesh. So I should have a third one for the dynamic stuff. You should really have one for static geometry and one for the dynamic stuff so that you aren't rotating the tree every frame. I haven't implemented that yet because I'm not sure what the fuck I'm going to break when I implement that. So, but yeah, I should do that. So, but yeah, I don't know what I'm going to break when I implement that. All of this stuff, I have no clue how it works. So I feel like don't touch it. I don't remember how any of that stuff works, so we're not going to touch it. This file is pretty large. We can do frustum culling now. I actually don't have frustum culling implemented on the GPU, which was kind of the whole point of doing it. So we could do that. We could definitely do it. Yeah, I have to move it to here. We just need to transform the max and the min by the mat. I'm really annoyed actually that I put the max above the min. Like, what the fuck is wrong with me? We need to fix that right now because that just really bothered me. Why did I do that? Dude, I swear, like sometimes I just do the dumbest shit. I don't know why I'm allowed to do the dumbest shit. They should not allow me to do the dumbest shit. Okay. So now min and max are correct. So basically you would just do this is how you get the min and the max for the frustum. It's apparently frustum, right? So I always say frustum, and then like a little Aria voice inside of my head is like, you're stupid, you're stupid, you're stupid, you're stupid. Why are you saying it that way? You know? Okay. So I think we pass the view planes in. We can just pass it as an argument. And then we just test like this inside of there. Very simple. We are going to figure out how to pass the planes. It's a vec46. I think that you can just do that very simply as a uniform like that, and then just use the same code just on the GPU. I don't do my GPU stuff with the same. I like to keep it like this. We have the planes, we just need the min and the max. We need to do it like this on the GPU. And we can do this like this. To be fast, we should really just swizzle it. Like that. If not, ABB dot maybe in frustum min max, then we return. Okay, that should work. Now I just have to figure out how to send that. All right, peace out. Thank you. I will indeed keep working hard. Thank you. Okay, so for the culling, I need to send in. I will. Thank you. I do need a good reminder for that. Okay. So not the clusters, the regular culling here. We need to use we're gonna planes, and we need to extract frustum planes. It's get frustum planes. Where are you? Where is this? What is this called? get view planes. Why did I call it that? Is there a reason I picked OpenGL, like, for its simplicity? I have an old computer. If I had money and a good computer, then I would be using Vulkan, but there's actually no reason for me to use Vulkan because anytime I run Vulkan on this computer, it barely works. So there's really no point in me doing it, unfortunately. 3FV, that's what it is? Or it's 4FV. And so 6. That. Okay. Now I have no clue if this is going to work. Okay, so far so good. I think probably the best way to test it would be to hard code a camera that is not where we are. Or, oh, we have some popping in and out. Look at that, the top of the seat gets clipped. Well, that's not good. Okay, we have some issues. We have the frustum culling has some issues, for sure. For sure has some issues. Now, what could the problem be? I think I'm passing it correctly. Can I ask a dumb question? Yes. As long as it isn't one of these questions that's like, are you a beginner? Is that why you chose OpenGL? Or a question that's like, why do you choose C over a real language like Rust? If it's not one of those, then you can ask away. I don't mind. I'm typically a very agreeable person unless I'm insulted to my face on my stream. I think the more you try to learn the fundamentals of a language at a basic level, the more it benefits you. In terms of making less errors. Truly understanding things above. Well, up until a point, you know what I mean? Like, for example, with C, like, once you understand how pointers work, you know, and memory works, and, you know, what are, you know, the more efficient patterns that you can use to do things, then you're gonna... You didn't. You phrased it in a very polite way. I've had people that just come in here and are like, why are you using OpenGL? Is it just a learning project? Like, you know, like things like that are just like straight up insulting. I mean, you didn't. But I think like once you learn the basics, there's like diminishing returns on like the fundamentals, right? Like C is so simple that like once you get it, right, it just kind of gets out of the way, right? Like I don't really make C mistakes anymore. I don't like make like dumb. I mean, like rarely I'll like have a hanging pointer or I'll forget and then we'll have a seg fault or whatever. But it's like something that I can like identify fairly easily. Most of the problems are the graphics problems. You know what I mean? Like the understanding how to do things efficiently, figuring out how to implement like, rotating a BVH or like things like that. So I think once you get to a certain point, it just gets out of the way. But, yeah, up until that point for sure. Yeah. I mean, once you get to a point with it, you may not be at that point yet. But, like, once you get to a point with it, it just gets completely out of the way. And then you can just write the code, right? Like, I'm at that point with it where I never have, like, a question about, like, oh, how do I implement something? It's always more like I have to figure out, I have to read some article on it so that I can, you know what I mean? But yeah, I don't really. I think that Vulkan has a lot of boilerplate or whatever, but I don't think that it's necessarily harder or easier than OpenGL. I don't really agree with that. Now, have I written Vulkan before? No, I've written DirectX, but like from what I know about it, right, and the people that I know that do Vulkan, it's like it's actually easier at a high level because it exposes so much more to you than what OpenGL gives you. There are so many hardware abstractions that Vulkan gives you. It's way easier to do things like with command buffers and things like this. OpenGL does not give you a command buffer, right? You have to implement that yourself, and so that's the part where like OpenGL is kind of like more painful than Vulkan to some degree. But it depends on where you are in a project. Like setting up a project in Vulkan is a lot harder because there's a lot more stuff that you need to do. But yeah. So, I mean, the logic is the same. The logic is the same. The logic is the same. Okay. I think that I'm doing this right. Uniform 4 FV. I think that this is what you use. Unless I'm very incorrect, but I can look that up in a second. I do wonder, I transform ABB by model matrix, which bruh? What do you mean, bruh? I'm online. I'm glad that you're here. We were just talking about debuggers. Are you happy? We can implement this function and then see if it's the same thing. We can try it. I've not. I woke up kind of later today. So I'm not I'm clean, officer. Fuck, but then I have to have the whole ABB get transformed. No, this won't do at all. We could try it. Then the code would be exactly the same that we have, that we have on the CPU. I would need the whole AABB data though. So we would need not just the min and the max, but the center and the extents Or technically we could derive the center and the extents from this, but that's slow, so yeah, that is unlucky. Yeah, I can't use RenderDoc because I have bindless. It sucks. Vulkan equals GL2? Yeah, I guess. That's what we're gonna do. We're gonna get the center and the extents. Just because I want to get this working. And I'll do anything that it takes to do so. I will do anything that it takes. Anything at all. Okay. So now I have to upload those things when we upload those things. Which is here. We have to do this. Vec3 to Vec4. And do the same with the extents. As soon as Ella gets here, I always fix a bug. So I'm hoping that this is you know, a good sign. Although we don't really have a bug necessarily, it's more like the code just sucks currently, but that's fine. Let's just get the mesh node mn just so that we can have everything in here. And I want to return both a min and a max, and now I can't return both a min and a max. That makes me so unhappy. Fuck. Struct ABB bounds vec4 min, vec4 max. No problem. And then we're just gonna return an ABB bounds. Okay, so the vec3 center equals oh no. Okay, I just had a realization, and it's that we need to not do it this way. We need to actually write out the vec4 because reasons you wouldn't get it. I need to treat it as a point, and so it's cheaper to do it this way, and so that's the way I'm gonna do it. Okay. Not the frustum shape. The ABB is for the model that we're checking the frustum against. This is a per model thing. Okay, so we have that set up now. So now we don't have to do anything about it. Okay. We are going to have to do these mat times vec4 and it's a direction, so that's 0 dot xyz, and then we should be good to go. Why can't you? Yeah, you're really speaking the truth there. The mesh importer. Is it painful starting over? Do you have to redo the importing now, or are you using the same code for that? God fucking damn it. I just did the same thing like 3 times. Okay. So all we care about is the min and the maxes. So we're just gonna do it like this. And now we have the AABB bounds. So we want to get the AABB bounds equals transform AABB by model matrix. And then we call it with mn and the tr.mat. And then we use the bounds.min and the bounds.max. Okay, and we just pray that I did all of that correctly, because if I didn't, then it's gonna suck. But one must hope. One must. We want to do .xyz, .xyz. Okay. Yeah, well, I typically go at 120 miles per hour. Not gonna lie. Which is why we have why we have like bad frustum calling right now. Probably. It probably has something to do with that. Maybe. Just maybe. Maybe you're going to be the one that saves me. And after all. It's one or the other, right? Like if you go 120 miles per hour and then you crash, like it sucks. But then the other side of that is me sitting here for like 4 hours like I did yesterday just thinking about it. And then overthinking about it to the point where it was like not even funny. So there's both ways kind of. How did I somehow make this even worse? How did I make this even worse? The code looks fine. Yeah. I guess that's what they call burnout. Maybe. I can't help but wonder if we're getting the right MN for the thing. We could probably test that actually, test that theory by using the MN material for the thing again. Just to see if maybe we're getting the wrong one. No, we are getting the right MN, I think, because that works. Yikes. Yikes indeed. I don't know why this would work on the CPU but not work on the GPU when it's the exact same code. There's probably something that I'm not seeing with it that it's the exact code that we used. Yeah, it's the exact code that we use, so I don't know, maybe I come back to this later because it doesn't seem to want to work. Let's make sure before I move on that ooh, it is hot in this room today. I just kind of realized that, how hot it is in this room today. Maybe... No, I think it is. No, yeah, I think it is. I tried. I don't think it's 7. I don't think that it's 7. Is it possible he's... No, it's not 6 times 4. Don't be stupid. Don't be stupid. It seemed like it was working better when I had this before. When I wasn't doing this. You know what? It is actually only the dynamic geometry that's not working. Wait, that's actually might be the hint. Oh no, it isn't. It's that too. Yeah, it is everything. Yeah, well that sucks. I'll probably figure it out later, to be honest. I will probably figure it out later. I don't have it anywhere else, right, where I don't think so. No. No, 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 no. Oh, actually, you know what? I didn't put it in here. Uh-huh. Maybe that has something to do with it? No. Yeah. I think I'm going to give up for now. It doesn't really, at the end of the day, it's not really the end of the world, I think. Though it does kind of suck that it doesn't work for now. Yeah, I'll have to do some research on it. Oh, wait a second, wait a second. Am I being... No, No, this gets the world position, so that's fine. Yeah, it's definitely not gonna be... Not gonna be that. Yeah, well... If I want a last ditch effort, then I could push with the transform the AABB. That would be my last ditch effort. But that would suck. So let's just try it before I give up. Because I might as well try it if I'm gonna just give up here. Okay, fucking Christ. Yeah, let's just go into transform GPU and then just add it on here. Vec4 min, Vec4 max. Just as a last ditch effort to see if we can get it working. Just to be absolutely sure that we're getting the right stuff. This should be material. Okay. Okay, theoretically that's all of them. So now we can use tr.min and tr.max. Even though we're uploading a lot more data per frame. And no, it still is broken. If anything, it's worse, which doesn't really make sense because it should be the same data. Well, I don't know. I think I'm just going to give up for now and then move on to something else that makes me more happy than this, because this is kind of sucky. How does one say sucky? Yeah, it's probably something stupid that I'm not thinking about. Let's just move on and come back to this later. I don't really want to do this anymore, to be honest. I'm just kind of... This is not really stimulating my brain enough for me to find a lot of joy in it. Okay, let's just remove it and then move on. We will figure this out later. It's really not the end of the world. Just remove all of that. Remove this. Make sure that we compile. Just comment this out. Okay. Something I don't see is point light shadow. Probably because I commented it out like an idiot. Those are point light shadows. They aren't really working. They're not working. We're not drawing it correctly for them, so let's try and figure that out now. Okay, so where are our point light shadows? Right point light shadows. We do draw raise elements. On it. Okay. Let's see how it's different from my main draw call. The only difference is like this. It seems like the transforms aren't working for it. Let's try not culling anything then. Let's see. No. Why are the transforms... Why would the transforms be different for that pass? Oh no. Oh, because I don't do this inside of the shadow divert. We also need this here. I totally forgot about that. And after all, you're my wonder why. Because maybe you're gonna be the one. We need to take in the draw raise commands. Because maybe you're gonna be the one that saves me. And after all. Okay, no, it's still broken. You're still broken. Oh. Because I was using the wrong buffer there. Okay, no, you're still broken. Oh, because we're let's just take in a shader program. Because maybe we should really be doing pointers. Because that is a pretty large struct. There we go. Beautiful point light shadows. Beautiful. They are kind of pixelated, but we'll allow it. We'll allow it. We will allow it. Now, they won't move when we move those things, though. So we have to figure that out. Have to figure that out. I don't know how to cull that. It is cool to see the shadows, though. Okay, point light shadows working. Yeah. Now, if we don't want to rely on bindless textures, which I don't want to be honest. We can do the texture array thing, which I don't really have the infrastructure to support that currently. Basically, when we load in a texture, we would just have texture arrays for each size. And then you would just bind them per thing. And then each material would just have the offset to get it. It would just have the integer of the texture array and then the slot in that texture array for each of the things. The kind of weird thing with that is, like, what if you have a normal texture that's like a different resolution? You could just bind all of them separately, technically. But yeah. Yeah, that would be fine. The problem with that is, like, then you have to start batching these multi-dry indirect things, and we don't really have the ability to do that yet. I don't really know how to do that. How would you go about batching these things? We already have them sorted, right? We already have them sorted into draw calls technically, because we sort them like this. So they're technically already separate. Like, we have these and then these that are already separated. Per unique one. Yeah. The only thing that would matter is let me see the sorting. The only thing that would matter would be the shader that we would have to split on. The rest doesn't really matter, because we retrieve the material later. It's just the binds for the material are weird, obviously. It's nice to have bindless, but I don't know how to not rely on bindless. I guess like, so if you have like an integer of like which texture array it's in, and then you just bind like maybe 6 texture arrays for like 6 different sizes, how do you do it without just like a switch case in a fucking fragment shader, you know? Like how do you handle that really? I don't know. I don't know how you handle that. But yeah, that's perhaps something that we should look into. I wonder how expensive it would be if we took the dirty flag off of the point light shadows just to see. I don't know, just out of curiosity, I guess. There definitely are some hitches. It also has blacked out the skybox, which is pretty funny. But surprisingly not bad for having four lights. I guess because they aren't drawing anything. Because, well, they are, actually. Because maybe... I've got to make the controls better. God damn it. The point light shadows are so cool. I'm so glad that I implemented it. It's so fucking sick. It is so fucking cool. Something that we need to do that I'm scared to do, to be honest, is, well, first of all, let's go to the editor, and when we move any light, we have to change the SM dirty. This is fine. Yeah, we can just do this. So our lightmap doesn't work currently. It won't work because of the LM offset, I think. Is this actually simple? Wait, let's not even complicate this. Is this simple as just LMUVs equals LMIDX? We used this weird indexing pattern. GL vertex ID plus the instance ID plus the LM offset. And the LM offset we can find using I believe that. Right? Yeah. This index count thing, we need to get that index count. We can get it from the draw arrays indirect command, or we could just have it on this mesh node struct. For simplicity's sake, we could just have it, we could just fetch it, or we could have it on this struct. It's two options there. Oh, since it's always going to be a draw arrays indirect command, you could just, yeah, we already fetch it. So it's just count. And I think GL vertex ID still works with multi-draw indirect. So maybe that just works. Maybe it just works. Because maybe you're gonna be the one that saves me. Oh my god. Well, bro. Okay. Okay. Looks like it's not going to be that easy. Is lm offset per draw command or per draw call? I think it's per draw call. Let me look up starts at first plus the vertex offset. Okay. Let's try just the vertex ID. just to get a feel for it. Just to sanity check it, that something else isn't going wrong. Okay, so the UVs are definitely wrong. Okay, I think that before, when we did no, we did use for start index. We did. So why do you not work then? Because this should be unless the LM offset is wrong. Does every command have a separate LM offset, or is it? It's SMJ, so it should be. Maybe it is minus start index. I don't know which one I used, but maybe it is minus the start index. Yeah, I should have probably started that, tried that before crashing out. Okay, this is better. Never mind. It's not better. It's fucking terrible. It's fucking terrible. It's fucking awful. Oh, wait a second. Oh, wait a second. I'm so stupid. I'm so stupid. Com equals GL draw ID. I believe that you use draw ID, and then And then you do this. And then this works, probably. Come on, come on, come on. No, you piece of shit. Maybe GL draw ID isn't correct. Okay. Give me something. Give me something, please. Please. Nah, yeah, when it goes silly like that, it's fucked. Is draw ID giving me the correct one? It is definitely the thing. It's not plus start index, right? No, I don't think so. Maybe I'm not allowed to read from it while it's bound. That's probably what it is. You probably can't read from it while it's bound. Okay, that's probably what it is. Okay. Then that's fine. As long as we can derive it elsewhere. We can derive it from here. We have to duplicate data to do it, but it's okay. It's not the end of the world. We can duplicate the data. It's fine. As long as that's the bug. I think that's the bug. That I'm... Yeah, you probably can't bind it as a SSBO while you're drawing from it. That would make kind of sense. So, I don't know why I didn't think of that before, but here we are. So let's just do first and count. And these will be what we use. I don't know why I didn't think of that before. Probably just stupid, but that's whatever. Yeah, that makes complete sense now. I don't know why I was, whatever. You live and you learn. You live and you learn. Okay, so we're just going to use the current command start index and index count first count, and then that will be what we retrieve over here. That will be what we retrieve instead of this. We just now get it from the MN. Okay. Okay. Why does nothing fucking work now? Is that a padding issue? I'm gonna be pissed off if that's a padding issue. Is there some... I don't know why that's happening. Why is all the draw arrays shit fucked now? Maybe it is a padding thing. Hold on, let me... Probably is. Probably a padding issue. Okay, let's try it. We didn't change it on the CPU. Okay, there we go. It was a padding issue. No, it still isn't working. I'm fairly certain that it wasn't minus start index, but let's just see. Maybe it is. Maybe it's because we're not binding the lightmap. Oh, yeah, we aren't binding it. We aren't binding the lightmap. Okay, so let's look at the old bind for it. And then the use probe ends up being a varying that we call flat out uint static. Static equals, and then that's static mesh, I believe. Yeah. And then this is this. We replace it in here. We replace the use probe with flat in uint static. That was a uint, right? Yeah. And then that trickles down to the bottom here, or if static equals 1. Okay. And let's try that. Let's try to bind it this time. So far, so good. The probe lighting isn't working. But that's whatever. Oh, did I do it the opposite way? Oh yeah, I did it the opposite way. Okay. Better. Now let's try subtracting start index. No. Fuck, we're kind of close though. Dibba-da-boom. We were kind of close though. I mean, that doesn't look very close at all. That doesn't look very close at all. Actually, I fucking take it back. Why is none of this changing anything? That's probably the clue. Why is that not changing anything? Oh, because I didn't bind the fucking texture. I deleted the line that binds the texture. How the fuck did I manage to do that? My dumbass, bro. Come on, come on. Come on, give me a break. Give me a break, man. Give me a break, bro. Give me a fucking break. Here. We don't use location 0 anywhere, right? No, we don't. No, I mean, if it was sampling it, then it would be different. Okay, maybe it is sampling it. How is GL Vertex ID not giving us anything? Oh wait, we don't get the start index anyway. We don't get the start index. Okay, hold on. No, you fucker. Yeah. Damn fucking right. That's what I'm talking about. That's what I'm fucking talking about. Yeah. Damn fucking right. That is what I'm talking about. Okay, but this didn't work. This didn't work for the Windows. It did not work for the instancing. Okay. But we can work with it. We can work with it. But it definitely is not this. No, definitely not. Definitely not that. See, this just does all of them the same. God damn it! Why? Does it not work though? For the windows, for the instance windows. Why do you not work? Oh no. Oh, I think it's in a different. Nah, yeah, that can't be right. There's no way that it's GL based instance plus, yeah, there's no way. Yeah, no fucking way. What could be different? If the count is guaranteed the same, then if that buffer is correct, which it has to be because we haven't touched that code. Oh, hold on a second. Okay. The alammo offset used to be. No, it wasn't. I thought that it was per instance, but it wasn't. It was this. By the way, get rid of this so that we don't get confused. Yeah, I mean, yeah, that's already what we tried. And index count used to be just first command index count. Yeah, there's nothing different here in our indexing. What if I hardcode 1? It'll fuck everything else up. But does it give us a window? No. The windows are still black. And here all the windows are the same. If I do this, all the windows are going to be the same. Is it possible that I never had this working? Is that possible? Maybe. Maybe there is a possibility that I never had this working and I thought that I did. And it was never working. Oh yeah, hold on a second. I don't think I ever had this working. Hold on. Was cracking. I'm investigating some lightmap issues with the new multi-draw indirect stuff. Fuck. Why are we crashing? Do I go out of bounds here? Is that why? That should be perfectly fine. We should have enough. Oh, not I times index count. We need to have a count. I'm very echoing? Really? Is the mic bad or something? It was? Okay. Fucking perfect. Are they different? It's hard to tell. It is hard to tell. Oh wait, no, I'm not doing it. Yes! Fucking yeah. Damn right. Okay, we figured it out. I figured it out. That was never working and I thought it was. Okay, nice. Nice. They're all different now. Okay, nice. You can't hear me? Or you can't hear the echo? Yeah, we're doing it. We're doing it for real. Sounded like it was echoing? Okay. Okay. All right. Lightmap works. Lightmap works indeed. Well, the question is, does the probe lighting work? I don't think that the probes are working. Oh, I don't think that I have probe lighting enabled. We should probably... Yeah, I don't. We should probably test it. I don't wanna talk about it. How you broke my heart. Okay, so I still don't see the probe lighting. Could it be that I don't bind it? Or that I have it commented out? Oh yeah, I 100% have it commented out. Okay, there we go. Probe lighting. I don't wanna talk about it. How you broke my heart. It's weird that that side of the bar is black. That's what I'm kind of worried about right now. I was just unlucky. No, it's fine. Yeah, now the point light shadows need to happen. Yeah, the updates for the point light shadows If I do this, then it updates it. I don't know why the skybox turns black when we do that. Unsure. I'm pretty sure it has something to do with the depth. Oh no, it doesn't. Huh. That's bizarre. The frame that it updates, it gets rid of the skybox. So let's think about it. Let's go and see the draw call. A shelf with stuff on it behind the bar? Probably not. What would tank the performance is lights. That's what sucks. Models is nothing. How does that affect the skybox? How does it affect the skybox? Oh, I see. It is that I forget to make the depth, make it not have depth again until the beginning. Probably. Yeah, I get rid of the depth at the end, don't I? Yeah, disable depth test. I need a disable depth test for the skybox, I think. Oh no. Then I guess it is front face culling then that kills it. Something janky with the skybox. The point light shadows are. Okay, that fixed it. It's front face culling. The skybox only has front faces, so it culls the whole thing if I left it on. Fighting GI now for the past 6 months. So many methods, but all have flaws. I guess I don't ray trace. I do UV light maps, so I don't really have a lot of GI problems, I guess. I don't have a lot of GI problems. Okay, so the light map works. Point light shadows work. We don't have dirty updates working for them. The tricky thing is there's just so much checking. Basically, if any object moves, you have to check if it moved in the bounds of a light and then flip the flag on that. That seems so difficult to do. That seems so not cheap. Seems so not cheap to do. Every time a physics object moves, you have to check what light it's inside the radius of, and if it's inside, then flip the flag. The good thing is you only have to flip. You can check. Yeah, so for each physics object, if the ending position is far enough from the starting position, the ending position is far enough from the starting position, then we check the lights, and if the flag for a certain light hasn't been tripped yet, then we flip the flag. Then we test if it's in the radius. So what that would look like is we have to check the sphere bounds. We're only going to do if L light type doesn't equal point light or L SM dirty, then continue. We're only checking the ones that haven't had the flag tripped yet. You're playing GTA 5? Yeah, that's nice. My sister likes GTA. Okay. So we want to check the did I get rid of this code that I shouldn't have gotten rid of that handles it? Test sphere A, BB. I didn't. We need this function. I'm gonna just put it in utilities. If test sphere A, BB with L pause, L radius, and we need the min and the max. So we need to transform the min and the max. Oh, you uninstalled it? Right. Equals mat for mole point with, well, we have to use the global matrix. We should actually technically be using the global matrix from before for the test. If mn mesh isn't -1, then we do this. Mn mesh doesn't equal -1, then we do this. We need to get the fuck you, fuck you. The enhanced version sucks. That sucks. The screen effects are all over the place. I see. Yeah, that sucks. I liked the enhanced edition for Silent Hill 2. That was a good one. I don't really know of other enhanced editions. I haven't really played many of them. Okay, let's see if this works. Every time a physics object moves within the bounds of some light, we will update the... There we go. We will update the light map, the shadow. There is some lag, I'm not gonna lie. I'm not gonna lie. I think it's because they're technically in the radius of all of the lights, even though they're not visible. Yeah. Yeah. Yeah, well, what can you do? I mean, what can you do? You could do the choice of like only updating like one a frame and then choosing a different one at random to do. Yeah, you could just render them, you could just do them at random. Or you compute distances to each point, each light, and then only do the one that you're closest to. Alright, so this makes it so that we only flip the flag on the closest one every frame. And now we don't have lag. However, if you have multiple lights that would be shining on this, then you would come into some issues. So this only really works when there's one overhead light, really. Other optimizations we could do would be to do the geometry shader. How many gigahertz? I'm not sure. I could try to do the geometry shader for it. Which I skipped out on doing here. But technically it's faster than rendering 6 times. So we could try to do this next. Maybe that would speed things up. You need all the transforms in here. You pre-multiply them. And then put a geometry shader in between. That does this, apparently. Okay, I'll give that a shot. I'm going to give that a shot, though, after I use the bathroom. And probably get more coffee. So I'm going to take a break really quick to mentally reset and stuff. And I'll be back in a bit. Okay, peace. Okay, I'm back, but I'm leaving the coffee on the screen because my coffee is still going. Also, I'm leaving the AC on for like 10 seconds. On full blast because it's hot as fuck in this room and I need it for my mental health, so I'm sorry. Sorry about the AC noise. But that's just how it's gotta be. 5 minutes and then it'll be over. So, coffee is staying on the screen. Coffee is staying on the screen because my coffee is still working. Let's BCO, and let's go to our render, and let's figure out how to do this geometry shader thing. How about that? He puts it as shadow transforms, and then he just does an array and pre-multiplies them. Which makes a lot of sense, to be honest. To pre-multiply. Already feels better in here with the AC on. It is hot. It is really hot today. Okay. So to do this, we're going to get rid of this. We need to only do one. You apparently can clear depth buffer bit on it just once for the whole thing, which is kind of crazy that that works apparently. It's kind of like I don't believe that would work really, but whatever, I guess. I don't really know how that works, but they just bind it, clear it, and then configure this and then render it. And they just bind it. Absolutist? What does that mean? They just bind it as GL depth attachment with this. So I guess we could try that. Huh. Let me see this. Clear an entire specific cube map. That's what I want to do. Oh, geo clear text subimage. Okay. So let's do that because, yo, what's up, Isabel? I'll even turn the AC off so that you don't even have to suffer like the rest of us. I'm working on point light shadows. And I'm about to do the geometry shader thing. But I have them working, which is cool. They are very expensive. And I don't like expensive. But I'm about to do a weird thing with GL Clear Text Subimage to do the 6 faces clearing at once so that we don't have to bind them individually and clear them. Because apparently it's faster. Or at least, like, I'm thinking in my brain that it would be faster. But, I mean, what do I know? Okay, so GL Clear Text Sub Image. And it takes in Point Light Shadow CMA. It takes in level, X offset, Y offset, and then the Z offset is what tells us where we start, and where we start is going to be 6 times I for the light, and then we have a width of point light shadow size. Yeah, came across something about combining both vertex and pixel lights. Putting smaller in a buffer. Huh. That could be smart. I do my my indirect probes in the vertex shader for that purpose. But honestly, that would be pretty smart. I think for like emissives and area lights, doing it in the vertex shader would be pretty smart. But you know, if you do have big triangles, then that might end up sucking. Like my indirect probes are kind of weird. And the depth is gonna be 6. And then is this right? This is can you do depth component 16 here? I think so. I don't really know if that's gonna work, but we can try it. Actually, it's just this. And technically that should do it. Now, God knows if I did that correctly, because this is kind of sketchy. This is not even a GL float, by the way. That's a 16, not a 32. Okay. I feel like, okay, so we definitely fucked up a bit. Okay, maybe this doesn't work. No, I'm sure it does work. It just probably can't be GL depth component 16. Maybe you have to fake it and call it GL red. Maybe you have to pretend that it's GL red. No. I mean, apparently that works. But I'm not sure. I mean, apparently that works. I'm not clearing anything other than this. I don't know if that clears the whole thing, though. That might be clearing the whole thing, and I wanted to clear just one face. Wait, hold on a second. Am I 16 or am I... Hold on. I might actually not be... No, I probably am 16. Yeah, I am 16. Let's see if the fucking stupid AI overview... Okay, you need GL depth component, not GL depth component 16, apparently. Maybe it's right on that one. And if it is right, then I'll be happy, because then we don't have to fucking do this anymore. Okay, it was actually right, and I'm stupid for putting it at 16. Yeah, why did I do that, actually? Why did I do that? Oh, I'm just dumb. Okay, well, I'm happy about that then. Okay, then we can just do that. Okay, my coffee is done, by the way. My coffee is done, by the way. Okay. That's how you actually got started. How many years ago? Which language did you begin with? How much coding did I do at the start? I started 3D graphics like about 2 years ago. I started programming in Java, but when I started doing 3D graphics, I did it in C. And how much coding I did at the start, I mean, that just depends, right? Like, when I was a teenager, I did a lot of coding, and then I didn't do a lot of coding. And when I got into 3D graphics, I pretty much just coded all the time. So I code, like 6 to 9 hours a day. Shit's pretty awesome, bro. I don't know why I put it as internal format and not format. That's me seriously being stupid. Okay. So we want to pre-multiply these and then put it in an array. I think that's like a smart... He's a little bit smart for doing that. So we just have to do this 6 times and then put them on the array. So we still have to do the loop. But yeah. So this is going to end up being... I can't remember if M4 mul is the row major one or the... I have a feeling that M4 mul is the row major one. Okay, apparently it's the column major one. Get back from 8 hours and keep going into the evening. Yeah. Yeah, I don't really keep a track of the hours, but the stream, you know, tells me how many hours. But yeah. Okay, so we're just gonna have a okay. So that's that. And then we're just gonna pass into it those VPs. Six of them at once, because that is okay. I really do have to get my coffee. I'm really slacking on getting it. Oh wait, but now I have to make another shader. I have to make another shader because I was reusing this one. God damn it. Let me tell you, this MDI stuff, it's no good for my heart. It is no good for my heart. Okay. We can also get rid of all of this, by the way. I just am just lazy. So I haven't gotten rid of it yet. Okay, so I have to change the setup for this shader then. Yeah. Okay, and now this is, instead of taking in both of them, it's just going to take in VPs 6. I did call it VP. I like VP more. I'm not gonna lie, I like VP more. Okay. Real psychos would call it UVP, but not me. I'm calling it VP. Okay, so VP. Okay, so how do you do this again? The geometry shader shit. You just do model times apos, and then you defer it until so you don't even get this and this. You just do GL position equals this equals the world pos, and then you just set up the geometry shader. Okay, so is it geom or geo? I think it's geom. I'm like 90% sure that it's geom. Okay, so we have to make a geometry shader. Now I haven't made a geometry shader in a long time, so I hope that code works. Okay, there we go. Okay, geom path. Excellent stuff. Okay, so now that we are making the geometry shader, we're just gonna copy exactly what this bozo does, to be honest. So sorry if you thought that there was gonna be some original thinking here. We're just gonna do exactly what my friend here does, because to be honest, I don't really understand how geometry shaders work. I mean, I'm joking. I completely understand them, and they're, you know, it's easy stuff, really. It's rudimentary. It's really easy beans, to be honest. Okay, well, I just messed up. Okay, So I'm just literally gonna take whatever he's given me. GL in I GL position. Is there anything that I need to do to set up for that or not? I think that that's just the built-in triangle thing. So I think that's completely chill. Okay. GL layer equals face. Okay, so that's something that I've never seen before, but that makes complete sense. Okay, and the frag position equals the GL position, which it makes sense because what is it? We call this frag world pause, so we should probably just call this frag world pause because that's what it is. It is the world position. So world pause equals GL in I. How do you do this again? Okay, so that's how we get that. And then our actual GL position is that. That makes sense. VPI times frag world pause. And then we just do the emit vertex in primitive thing, which I've done that before. Okay, that's cool. That is cool. That is cool. Now let's see. Let's just make sure here that I'm not over doing anything stupid. I think we're chill. I think we're chill. We want to get rid of this. But I think we're chill. I think we're chill. Okay, so let's go back to the render call here and let's just do draw raise elements, point light shadow shader, and get rid of literally all of this. We can bind this stuff again. Oh my god. Oh, stop it. Yeah, I don't know why it does that. Okay. Get rid of this. We do need to set frame buffer texture layer though. We do need to set it, but hopefully that works. I don't know if that works. I may have to set GL frame buffer texture 3D, actually. I don't know about others, but for some reason I found it really hard to choose a specific path. I think what I think about that is that, you know, everything is valuable, right? Like I've had my things where I do, you know, my weird math stuff and then my weird simulation stuff and then my chess engine stuff, obviously, and my graphics stuff. You know, I've oscillated. And I think that all of it was valuable. In fact, I think like the most impressive stuff I've done is not even 3D graphics stuff. It's the linear stuff, you know? So I don't think that you should be worried about having to focus. I mean, maybe if you like want to get a job or be like fucking useful to society or whatever, then you should probably, I don't know, possibly, but I say don't worry about it that much. What is text target? I think text target is cube map array, texture cube map array. Yeah, probably that. Probably. Okay, we can see if this works. But if it doesn't work, I'm still getting my goddamn coffee. That's for sure. Assignment of incompatible types. Oh. Oops. It's a vec3. Oh shit. Just do oh my god, you're gonna be weird. What was my dream when I started out? It looks up to the best in their field. I definitely look up to like like John Carmack and all of that, sure. But I mean, okay, so this doesn't work. To be honest, I just kind of do what I want to because it's what I enjoy doing. You know what I mean? I don't really think I embarked on some sort of journey necessarily. I just kind of found what I enjoy, and I try to spend my time doing that because it's just what I feel good doing. You know what I mean? I don't really think about it too much. I look up to the people that believe in me. You know, I look up to the people that that care about and cherish me. That I think that's who I look up to. Okay, let me get my coffee. Okay, I'm back. Okay, so this isn't working. I mean, let's see if I did anything different than... I think it has to probably do with... I mean... I think it probably has to do with... Oh, actually, hold on a second. This is supposed to be J. Oh. Well, that... I thought it was how I was binding the thing, but... Oh. Well, this doesn't work either. This doesn't work either. Either. Do I for sure bind it as 6? I do bind it as 6. I do bind it as 6. I don't know, you know, I think maybe we try frame buffer texture layer and then see if this works. I may be just binding the texture incorrectly. Yeah, I don't really know how I'm supposed to bind it. I think you're supposed to bind it like that though. I can look up what this is. I know I call this somewhere else. Yeah, I'm calling it correctly. I am calling it correctly. Oh, why did I do this backwards? Why did I do that backwards? This... Oh, well this still doesn't work. Okay, so this is like the thing where I find all these bugs with it and then none of them are actually the bug, you know? Oh, wait, hold on. I'm doing a pointer to a pointer. That's also something that I'm doing. Okay, but... I'm hoping that I set it up right. Create geometry shader program. This is a function that works, right? Yeah, it should work. What does his draw call look like? What does his actual draw call look like? Does he show it? I do not see it. I'm gonna assume that he draws it with GL triangles. Maybe I shouldn't do this proj times view stuff. And just pass the raw matrices just to eliminate one factor. Yeah, he doesn't show the draw call. I'm going to assume that he does GL triangles, but yeah. Yeah. Maybe GL layer is wrong, actually. Actually, yeah, so let me see. Because we have a cubemap array. Typically written as an output variable. Oh, really? It is? That's cool. Oh, okay. So GL layer, it's a cube. Oh, okay. So you have to add the offset. You have to have an offset here. For the offset for it. Okay. Implicit cast. Come on, come on. Yes! 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 Fuck yeah, bro. Okay, nice. Nice. Okay. So that was a bit tricky. That was a bit tricky. That was a bit tricky. Whoa, that flicker was bad. I don't know what that flicker was. Oh, things are flickering. Interesting. Yeah, I don't know why that is. That wasn't happening before we had this happening. So I don't know why that would be happening. Maybe we bind it as 0. And then choose the layer from within there. Trying to catch the flicker when it happens, if it's still going to happen. Well, hopefully the geometry shader method will be slightly faster than the render 6 times method. Yeah, that seemed to get rid of the flickering. I think we were going out of bounds. Yeah, well, we have some lagging issues due to the point light shadows, I think. Let me just test that it is the point light shadows and not anything else. I think it 100% is. It only happens when I hit objects and move them and update the point light shadows. Let's make it so that we don't sample it. Yeah, no lag. No lag. We could technically only update point light shadows like every other frame, which might look obvious though. Like you could do like if current frame is 0, this is 1 every 3 frames. It might look obvious though, but it's not bad. It's actually not bad. You can tell, but it's better than nothing at all. It's better than nothing at all. Seems like we don't have enough force to push tables anymore. Maybe if we sprint? Yeah, there we go. I'm stuck. Dude, playing around with this shit is so much fun. Dude, we gotta get actual legs, dude. Once we get actual legs, it's gonna be so sick. I have to rig them. I don't know how I'm gonna do it. It might be hard. Because right now, like, our legs are kind of pointy. But I think it'll be fun once I rig it. The movement system is so cool. Dude, it feels kind of like realistic. I love it. It really is like so much fun to play around with it. Like, the jumping isn't as springy as I guess you would want, but because it's all on a spring, the jump, it takes like a while for your neck to catch up to where your pelvis is going. Cool stuff. Yeah, only doing point light shadows like every 3 frames isn't that bad, I guess. And only doing it on dirty is pretty good. I mean, literally any other computer that isn't mine would probably be able to run this at 1 billion FPS. So it's just my computer sucky. Okay, so we have all of that working. Our probes are broken because of all the drawing shit. I don't know if I want to do that right now though. That sounds pretty boring, not gonna lie. We could try to get SSAO working again. Claude says center the div. What's up, Rob? We just have to do the depth pre-pass. And nothing should actually change for the depth pre-pass. We just have to do the draw call, draw arrays elements for the depth prepass shader. And the depth prepass dot vert, we're gonna have to copy the thing that we do here into there, which sucks, but that is what it is. Because it's complicated to bring this around everywhere, but whatever. We also don't take in a model here, so we have to use the same indexing thing. Same exact thing. Yeah, just do everything the same, actually. Except you want world pause like this. Okay, and let's see if we have SSAO now. Always amazed by my focus, thank you. It helps to not have anything else in my head other than this. It does help. I need the I need this. It's a blessing and a curse not having anything in your head, you know what I mean? It is both a blessing and a curse. Declaration of world pause. Oh. You're so right, actually. Thank you. I appreciate that quite a bit. Okay, so SSAO. Turn it on. I think it's working. It just looks kind of ugly. I think it's working though. Looks kind of shitty. Not gonna lie. I think it's working though. Where do I still have this? Doesn't look like it. Let's do AO so that we can see. See, it's working. It's just not great. Did I change the... It is 24 and it is linear. I changed this to nearest instead of linear. I don't know. I don't know if that matters. What am I doing right now? We moved everything to multi-draw indirect, and so I'm just making sure that things work still. Because some things need some fixing. No, you know, it isn't great. I think, you know what, if... I think it probably has something to do with... Probably has something to do with... with the resolution, you know. I mean, it is at a really low resolution, but yeah, maybe it is just at a too low resolution. Oh, hold on a second. Hold on a second. No, we... No, never mind. Maybe I should fix this later if this is a problem. What else does this take in? No, yeah, I mean... Oh, maybe it's... Oh, maybe it's how we're sampling it. Maybe it's how we're sampling it. You know, that does seem a bit better. Maybe. Yeah, the resolution is definitely... Oh, I don't use screen res. Oh. I use this resolution. Oh. Maybe I'm supposed to use screen res. Okay, now that's completely wrong. Never mind. Yeah, I mean, for now it's fine. Maybe... Maybe there's a little bit of nastiness with it. I think what actually might have happened is it might be anti-aliased. It might have like GL multi-sample on it or something, and that's what is causing it to be weird. I should implement anti-aliasing. I don't know how to do that. I should look into that. Oh, it flickered again. Yeah, I don't know what the flickers are about. That's worrying to me. I think it's got to do with the point light shadows. Also, this is fairly worrying. That's the frame where the point light shadows get rendered. Yeah. Yeah, the flicker is annoying. The flicker is annoying. It's a rare flicker too. Just trying to get rid of some, I guess, some more of the overhead. Seems a bit better. Yeah, that flicker is really, really, really scary. Though, the flicker is really, really, really scary. You know, that flicker, like, it feels like it probably is. It has to be something that, like, isn't bound yet or something like that. I don't know. I wonder if it would be kind of weird, but maybe it has to do with only doing it once every 3 frames or something. It's like reading old data or something. Because I can guarantee that it's only going to happen with the point light shadows enabled. It just flickered. It may also be that what we're doing is just very, very problematic on my GPU. That's also entirely possible. The shadows flickered once, but it hasn't actually, the whole thing hasn't flickered. Yeah, well, maybe it's something to do with that then. With only doing it once every 3 frames. Well, then, what could it be then? Maybe it's that we're clearing. You know what? Maybe it's weird that we're clearing something that it already has. That it already has attached. Maybe we have to attach it after. every time. Maybe you have to do GL bind frame buffer 0 before. Who can it be now? What the fuck? Why is this song stuck in my head, bro? It's like an awful song, bro. I hate that song. Like, with a passion. Maybe that was it. Who can it be? Maybe the problem was clearing what was already on the frame buffer. Was causing weird things to happen. Undefined behavior. Feels pretty good, you know. Feels pretty good, you know. There was a lag there. I'm looking at the frame rate. That's what I'm looking at, by the way. Okay, yeah. So it did flicker. It is flickering. It looks like it specifically has trouble. It specifically has trouble with doing it once every 3 frames. I don't know why that is, but it apparently is a problem. Nah, yeah, fucking stupid AI overview is not gonna know. I was wondering if there was just a thing, that this was just a thing with it. See if there are any other like reports of this. Yeah, maybe I investigate this later. This feels like something that is probably going to take a lot of testing for me to figure out. I should probably just like leave this for me to do at a later point in time, because it's just probably going to take some time to do it. Anyway, we can get the R probes working again. That's kind of like the last step to get us back to where we were before we did MDI. It's actually like the last step is just to do the R probes, and then we're looking good. We also can do, I guess, texture arrays. We can do texture arrays. But I don't know how I'm going to do that yet. I don't know how I'm going to do it. Yeah. Yeah, let's do the R probes. R probes is annoying because we have to actually just like copy our render pass for the R probes. Also, before we do that, let's actually match up. I believe this is what it is. What we discovered that was backwards. Yeah. So fix that. Yeah, it's kind of a pain with the R probes because let's BCO. It's kind of painful with the R probes. I kind of also want to fix the physics code. Not fix the physics code, but it's slow. Honestly, like just multi-threading it, like I don't know why we don't multi-thread it already. It's embarrassingly parallel completely. It should be. Well, it's technically not because our manifolds, two threads might get the same manifold. So there is some contention there. The actual solve is ridiculously parallel, but I don't think that the solve is the expensive part. I think the traversal is the expensive part, and GJK is expensive is the, expensive part. Yeah. I kind of want to test this. Test if we're checking GJK when we shouldn't be. We aren't checking GJK here. Okay, good. Now we are, yeah. So the scene BVH works. It does. The scene BVH does work in doing this. Yeah. I think GJK just takes a long time. I'm not gonna lie. I think that GJK just takes a long time. So I should probably work on making it faster. And profiling it. All of the physics is still kind of in debug mode, you know? It never kind of left debug mode. I wonder how expensive EPA is versus GJK versus our clipping algorithm. Like, I wonder how much everything is. Which I guess we could literally time it. I'm a jigsaw timer, you're a jigsaw timer. And when the song goes minor, I don't mind. This time I know the baby's gonna love again. More. If you love me true. And if you love me true, I'll spend my life with you. Okay, we have no clue how expensive EPA is. You're a jigsaw timer. You're a jigsaw timer. Alright, we're gonna lag for a lot in the beginning and then rest. And then we see... Wow, that's incredibly cheap. Wow. That happens instantly. That is... Takes no time at all. That is incredibly cheap. Okay. So... it's not GJK that's expensive. My GJK is apparently very fast. It's like not even... Well, I mean, it was like 0.02. So... So 0.02 milliseconds? Which isn't nothing. It is something, but... And then the polygon clipping for the manifold, I was pretty surprised on that, for that to be that cheap. I said I was going to do the R probes and then I got distracted by trying to Profile of the collision. Oh, actually, you know what it might... no, I think that it is the physics update, not the player collision. I didn't actually... print it out. I didn't compile. Okay, so that's definitely where all the cost is. That's 2 milliseconds in PC find collision. So it's got to be just the traversal then. It has to be just the traversal then. If you love me true, I'll spend my life with you. You and time, you're a jig. So time, you're a jigsaw time. And if the song goes mine, I won't mind. Time knows the lady's gonna love again. Love me. I guess, you know what, with the when I was timing the GJK stuff, you know, I didn't oh no, this does happen once. This does happen once. Never mind. So the collision traversal takes a long time. Very long time. It is true that it isn't linearized. Like, we don't have the non this pattern. We don't have this pattern there, which Hi, bro. What's up? Yeah. Yeah, it is just expensive. It is just expensive. No matter how you slice it. There's a lot of this stuff that I don't even use though. Hold on. For GJK, I only use. Yeah, I could clean this code up a lot, I think. I don't think I use any of this shit. I use F normal for the face normal. I use the model, right? No, I don't. I just use that. Don't even use most of that interior stuff. Oh, that's so much better. Or is it? Why is it going... What the fuck? How long have I been programming? Probably 9 years. Since I was a teenager, but I didn't spend all that time programming. For the past 2 years, I pretty much program every day, about 8-9 hours a day. So I'd say 2 years seriously programming. When I was a teenager, I did it a lot, but then I went to college for other things. That did help quite a bit. We did go down a little bit. Yeah, I don't know. Because we want to find the deepest penetration, right? And so... Yeah, make sure to get rid of those timers. Yeah, I guess the BVH traversal is probably the biggest part of it. To be honest. At least from the profiling that I'm doing. The weird thing is that when it goes on its side, we get a lot more things going on. A lot more. So that kind of makes me confused. Or maybe it's because it hits the... It's probably because it hits the wall. And then it has to check against the wall. The BVH traversal shouldn't be crazy, though, because it's just triangles. It's not a lot of triangles, you know? It really isn't. How expensive is this AABB's intersect? It's really nothing. Hold on, maybe this AABB's intersect thing is wrong. Let me look up how you're supposed to do this. Oh no, this is correct. This is exactly correct. This is exactly correct. So, I guess I could help by inlining it, but I wonder if it would help to compile with optimizations as well. See how fast it does it then. Maybe I should view the BVH then. Maybe I should view the BVH then. I have the ability to do so. Unless we crash. The BVH for that is kind of funny, but as I expected, the BVH is absolutely fine. What's kind of interesting though is that the floor doesn't really seem to have a box around it now. The floor is just on the same box as the ceiling. Okay, well maybe we should do the same thing that we did with the scene BVH with this BVH builder then. Maybe that's the solution. Yeah, let's implement that then. So we are going to make the A baby split even though it doesn't want to. Which is what we did with the scene BVH now, because it didn't want to split sometimes. And so since the floor is with the ceiling, it's unlucky that it doesn't split right down the middle. We are going to, I think how I did it was so we add a new thing called axes tried, and then we just loop through the axes until it splits with this kind of disgusting logic. Okay, so what else do I have to do for this to work? I calculate ABB extents both ways, and then you have a split margin. I'm gonna use 1. And then we have this can leaf boolean here, and then did split, and then if not did split and can leaf. So if we didn't split and we can leaf, which means that we're above the split margin, then we go through. Otherwise, we have to, else if we want to split but we can't leaf because we're below the split margin, then we have to do the subdivide again, like this. Except this time we go to the same depth. We still are -1. Everything else is the same except axes tried increases. Okay, so now we should see more detail in our BVH. I don't see anything in my BVH because I probably commented out the thing that shows us the BVH. Okay, and now Okay, so this doesn't work. This does not work. It looks like it works, but it doesn't actually work. Huh. Well, it's a good thing that I tried this, because then I would have never noticed that this didn't work. Oh, return true. I didn't return true there. That's important. Or else it'll just split pointlessly. Well, doesn't seem to matter. Looks the exact same. Maybe this logic is wrong. Maybe this logic is wrong. If the count is greater than hold on a second. Isn't it did split and can leave? Did I? Oh, it is did split and can leave. Oh, I was like, okay, okay. I was like, I was looking at the logic and I was like, this logic doesn't feel right. And it was because it wasn't right. Yeah, it seems regardless of the BVH, it still is pretty slow. Yeah, I don't know. It might also literally be lagging us to print it out as well. The printouts might also be lagging us. That's also entirely possible. But yeah, I mean, at least we got that done, and you know, and made it the BVH more aggressive. I think that that's a good thing, probably. But I don't think that we're gonna solve anything, unfortunately, here. But yeah, I don't think that the GJK timer, you know, when we were testing this, I just don't think that this... I should start streaming on Twitch, dude. I think that's what I should do. Oh god. Oh my god. Actually, you know what? It totally is GJK. I was just stupid and I only did it on successful GJKs. I wasn't actually testing it on not successful GJKs and EPAs. It 100% is GJK, not the BVH. Yeah. I mean, we can't even exit out because of this. There's just gonna be so much printouts if I try to profile this. At least this will tell us where to look. So EPA is bad, but we don't do EPA very often. We do GJK very, very often. Maybe if I do this beforehand, this would be a bit cheaper. Maybe it's just these switches. And having to multiply everything times the matrices is also expensive. But I'm kind of interested to see, like, What if I just... What if we get rid of the switch cases as well? Oh, we have to do an inverse. Oh. Yeah. That's probably the problem. Is that I don't pre-compute this inverse. Oh my god. Well, I'm glad that I took a look at this because I would have not found it out otherwise. We need to pre-compute this inverse. And if you love me true, I'll spend my life with you. You enter your dream. Summertime, your jigsaw time. And if the sun goes round, I won't mind. Time knows the lady's gonna laugh again if you don't love me. B inverse. Optimizing this stuff is so much fun. Like profiling something and then optimizing it is just like the most fun thing in programming. Maybe that makes me lame, but yeah. Yeah, you should really just take in just do that. It totally did not cross my mind to do that because we were kind of debugging it all those years ago and we didn't really think about it too much, but obviously it does matter. And so the cool thing is that we can just pass in the matrix for both, right? It's kind of ugly, but that way we get all of the matrices. So we're just going to use mat. This will be mat 0, and then this is mat inverse. Let's just do it mat inverse. Mat 0 inverse, and that should be pretty good. And we can cut down on some of these arguments for sure. Oh no. My computer. No, stop being weird. Oh my god. With the fucking fan. It's not even doing anything. It's just the fan goes on when I have the browser open for too long, I think. Literally don't do anything and it gets mad at me. It's like, dude, come on, man. I'm just fucking trying to enjoy life. Okay, I'm just trying to enjoy life. If we want to be super efficient here, we should just take in mat and mat inverse so that we only compute the inverse once. And then here, when we're processing one, then we process the inverse. So in this case, we'll do a we'll do this. Oh, let's just use the model then. We'll do mat for mat 0 inverse equals, and then we have to do the M4 inverse and cast it to float pointer because that's just how we have to roll with the way I did these functions. Model. Okay. And now from here we go mat inverse model. Actually, let's just call it mat 0 and mat 0 inverse. It's just so much cleaner to do it that way. Oh wait, wait. Boom. Boom. Okay. Thank you. It is my own theme, but this is actually Helix. I appreciate that. Okay. Okay. So we're going to use the mat invert. We have to do this over there as well when we're about to process this. Fairs. We want the mat inverse, the mat 0 inverse, and we'll also use mat 0 for this and mat here. Also, I just realized that I'm doing this. No, oh, that's so confusing that that's in a different order. Oh my gosh, that's in a different order. It's A, B, oh. Yeah, let's just do mat 0 and then mat inverse just to keep it the same convention as everything else. Now watch me not be able to figure out how to do that. Mat 0, mat inverse, let's just make sure to not make a mistake here. Mat 0, mat inverse, and now this is the correct thing. Okay. Okay. Search collisions from PC. We're not even gonna worry about this function for now. So we need to pass in mat and mat inverse. So well, we actually use prop. Yeah, we have prop. So let's just call this mat, just to have the correct naming convention. Mat inverse, and then let's just do the inverse. I don't really know what the function does. To pass a struct and have name fields. I don't know the order and the very ambiguous names. Probably. I just don't really care to, you know, do the structure on that. To be just quite frank, I just don't really care to do that. Possibly would be fine, but you know, the extra ops to make a struct, you know, plus I haven't really cleaned this up. Half of these aren't even like necessary, by the way. Half of these aren't necessary. Like, we don't need this because this isn't a recursive function anymore, so you could just technically get rid of this. I just don't want to deal with the, you know, it's just one thing at a time right now. Okay. Now, if I did all of that correctly, it should be equivalent to what it was before, but I doubt that oh, right, the stuff in here is going to change. Yeah. Okay. The stuff in here changes. Now, find first collision is a function that we don't actually even use. So we're just going to not even think about that. It's this GJK that is weird. Okay, so we compose a TRS from vectors for us. And the good thing is that we can just do this up here instead of down there, since this is just happens once. We aren't even traversing the scene BVH, by the way, for any of this, but yeah. We aren't even traversing the scene. Yeah, so this is TR pause, and now we need so we'll just call this mat and then mat inverse, just like we have over there. Okay, so now we have mat and mat inverse, and so we're going to use mat inverse, and then we need to compute the inverse for this. I don't even think we use RS, so we need to compute the that, and that is that, and that's easy. Mat 0 inverse, mat 0, and then mat 0 inverse goes there, and then you use mat 0 here. The traverse collision BVH goes down the same rabbit hole, and then you do process collision node. But that happens against with a triangle test, so that doesn't even trickle down to GJK, so that's fine. We should be able to compile now, yeah? We did compile. Okay. Okay. Let's bring back the profiling for the full thing, just to see if we made a dent. To be sure about it, we need to remove the timer for GJK, because if I'm correct in my thinking here, we're probably just incurring time just by by virtue of having the timer here. I'm assuming that that's why we're not really seeing an increase. Yeah, that's faster. It's actually surprisingly not that much faster. It's surprisingly not very fast. Surprisingly not very fast. I thought that I was absolutely going to take a fucking chunk out of it, to be honest. What am I comparing to? What we had before, which was about 0.9. What if I bring the safety down to like 20? I don't know how often we're hitting that. I doubt we're ever hitting it, actually. Yeah, we're never hitting it. Yeah, we are doing BVH collisions, yeah. Yeah, I thought that we would absolutely take a chunk out of it, because we were computing an inverse from within here. But yeah, I was so surprised to see that we had that, but yeah. I mean, we can bring back the switch case. Switch case doesn't matter. I mean, we've profiled it. It doesn't really matter. I mean, obviously you wouldn't want to do this like in, production, right? But yeah. Well, I'll have to take a look at it later. We're not also compiling with any optimizations, so my unoptimized code is probably like extra exposed as well. Yeah, I didn't think that I was. I didn't think that I was. Oh, well. Yeah, now that that cut it in by 3/4. So, yeah, compiling with optimizations. Obviously is going to help. No need to run an optimized build. I guess I just don't like the extra compile time. That's literally the only reason, is I don't like the extra compile time. But yeah. I like to run unoptimized builds because it makes me, be more critical about how fast the code is, I guess. I also don't know how much time this is in terms of the player collision, but I think that this is cam BVH. I think that cam BVH has the camera collision, so I don't even think that we're inside of it. Also, I think printing out in Windows term is probably all of this time, by the way. So I think that that's literally where all of that is coming from. So thanks fucking Windows term for being completely fucking worthless. I can probably prove it here. Like we're hovering from like 3 to 5 milliseconds, and I'm gonna do the same thing and push this, and it's at 0.2. Thank you, Windows Terminal, for being absolutely fucking dog shit. I don't know why anybody would ever willingly code on this operating system. It makes no goddamn sense. And yet I have to do it because of NVIDIA drivers. Fucking Windows. Okay. Well, this is good enough for me now. 0.2 is good enough. 0.2 is pretty good. Writes to the output buffer directly. Yeah. Yeah, that would be smart. I don't have text rendering yet. I had text rendering in my last engine. I just haven't gotten around to it yet. I should do it. I should really do it. I'm just lazy is the problem. I have the laziness disease. I should do text rendering. It's a good thing. I should do text rendering. I did MSDF last time. And just your console buffer? What do you mean? You mean just like something that just doesn't flush or something? Printf has insane overhead. It doesn't on Linux though. I'm telling you, like it doesn't have this overhead. I don't know. Like it's never was like this on Linux. Never. Like not like I'm telling you, you could have like insane amount of print statements. Win32 functions. I see. Kinda. Dude, I've done a lot of programming on Linux. It was never like this. Like, not even close. Like, I'm telling you, like, every fucking printf, like, in Windows is literally, like, 1 milliseconds. Like, seriously. Like, I'm telling you, like, it was, like, 0.05 milliseconds on Linux. Like, I'm telling you, I've done a lot of programming on Linux. It was never like that. Never. Never. Like, not even close. It's like like the difference is just like so insane that there's really no excuse. But yeah. Windows needs handles for everything. Yeah, I don't know what the what the deal is. It's there's really no need for it. There's something about it. I should really do text rendering though. Thinking like what would I need to do that if I want to do that today. I've got like 2 hours left today. I could do text rendering. It's not hard. I would literally just copy my same font glyph code. I literally just copied that code from somewhere in my last engine and it just worked. Like the font glyph stuff just worked. So I could just do that. That's not that hard. I could either do that or fix the R probes with the multi-draw indirect. Like 2 options. Dude, the fixing the R probes is like low-hanging fruit. It is kind of just like copying and pasting our draw loop again into this. Which should technically be fine. It is kind of annoying because of the whole create and sort draw commands not working again. I mean, like it would be, what the fuck was that? What? How difficult would this be to implement? This is gonna take 5 seconds. This is gonna take 5 seconds to implement. I should just do this. This is like the lowest hanging fruit. What do you mean? You wrote a text renderer? I mean, oh, you're saying that if I wrote one, it might. It's honestly, I mean, my last text renderer was pretty fucking fast. Like milliseconds. I mean, like less than milliseconds. You know what I mean? Oh, but then there's the whole cluster culling and oh no. Yeah, we would have to bypass the clusters during the probe bake and render all lights. Oh shit. Actually, you could probably do it. You could probably do it. You could probably just do it. You could probably do it. But this coal clusters happens. It happens for the view matrix, and the view matrix hasn't been uploaded yet, so you'd have to do this beforehand. So I think you just do this after. Kudos. I mean, I don't think it was that. What does cold clusters even do? It's what Doom 2016 does, right? We have clusters that are a 3D grid from our viewing position, and each cluster, each voxel, we cull the lights for it so that we only process in each voxel exactly the lights that are hitting each cluster, right? So if you have a bunch of point lights, right, and you're looking at them, obviously you want to not be processing every point light for every pixel, and so that's what it does, right? It translates everything into view space, and then it tests the light sphere against each the bounding box of each cluster in the view. And the cluster is just your voxels. It is just like a 3D voxel, yeah, from the camera, yeah. So you can think of it as like a fan going out in terms of like your literal view frustum. So that's how you can think of it. I really don't want to call create and sort draw commands again, because I feel like that might mess something up, but maybe it's fine. Maybe it's fine. Let's do this after we do this. Okay. And now we have the col draw calls shader, upload instances. I mean, really, you're just copying and pasting the whole goddamn thing in. I hate to copy and paste the whole goddamn thing in, but that's what I'm basically about to do. Yeah. Now you kind of wish that we did abstract all of this stuff away. I mean, abstracting this away would be nice. Abstraction layer against around the OpenGL stuff. The thing is, I kind of do already. It's just very thin. But, you know. In my last engine, I had an insane amount of abstraction. Like, I had basically a whole material system that was like, that had like a lot of like batching and things like this. And honestly, it was just such a pain in the ass to actually to maintain it once you start implementing other stuff. So I think just like having the raw calls is honestly just a lot like easier to maintain. The problem is when you have something like reflection probes, you literally just need to draw the scene, you know, without post-processing and some other like weird options, but you literally just need to draw the scene other than some other weird things. And we do have to change some things in here, which is why kind of like abstracting the whole thing isn't possible, which kind of sucks. But yeah. This doesn't matter. I kind of wish that you could just... Also, let's test something right now. Let's test what I was just talking about. Let's test... Let's just moving this up up over the coal clusters, because the coal clusters should be using our current view matrix. Okay. Just making sure that everything is going to work, because I don't want to change that and then forget that I changed that and then things just break. Yeah, I think I'm just going to copy and paste it. It's like so much mental effort to not copy and paste it, because I would need to worry about so many things. I mean, maybe I could, you know. I mean, all I would need to do would be to take in the render FBO and the render width and render height, those are the only things that change. And you know, I could do it. The render FBO, the render width, the render height, and the camera. And then I could just put it in one thing. Yeah, let's just try putting it in this thing and then see if it works. It's one of those things where I'm probably going to make a bug when I do this. So it's just one of those things. So it's just kind of worrying. Also, there's some stuff in here that we probably don't have to do. So, it's, you know, kind of sucky. Like the ambient occlusion in this stuff. I mean, maybe it's good to have it. I don't really know. It'll just bite me in the ass. Yeah, I guess. But if I do need to change things for the reflection probe pass, then we're gonna have to like have a bunch of variables that we pass in and shit like that. Like it's not all sunshine and rainbows just because I abstract it, you know? It really isn't. It really, really, really isn't. Okay. So I mean, we have to, well, we could copy and paste this in and just wrap this. No, just leave it. 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 And then use render FBO render okay. Oh, but this depth prepass FBO actually goes to this render height. Might as well have two functions for other things? What do you mean? That's what we had, was two functions. That's what we started off with, was two functions that did similar things but not the exact same thing, right? And now we're trying to combine it into one, while not breaking anything. Which is tricky. You forgot the context? That's alright. It's alright. Okay. The tricky thing is that we have to GL finish, but we can GL finish outside of this. And technically you want to generate map here. Let's just make sure that we're doing everything properly. I think that we are. I think that we are. Now we may have some trouble later if we only do point light shadows once every 3 frames, but for now it's fine. And then we should comment out our entire rendering thing. We should comment out literally everything. And then just call render to cube map pace with our camera, our main FBO, render width and render height. And let's just see if this works. We need to go over here and change this function call to be the rprobe FBO, rprobe with rprobe height. Okay. Render.c. Oh, I commented out the whatever, who cares? Okay. I have to do the same for the mesh nodes. I commented it out. I commented out the shit that gets our vectors. Oh my god. Well, we forgot to clear something. We forgot to clear something. That's no good. That is no good. Okay. No Linux? No, my computer is too bad for Linux. Okay, we don't clear the frame buffer. So that's kind of important. The problem with it is that you don't technically want to clear it. See, this is the problem, is you don't want to actually clear the fucking frame buffer for the other thing, but we can get around it. We can get around it. We can get around it. Can I just get the clear from somewhere else? I don't want to have to write the whole goddamn thing again. Why not? Why not what? Use Linux? Do his clear depth and clear color. That's what I just did. I just sometimes my brain can't deal with the mental gymnastics of boilerplate. Like I've been coding for 8.5 hours. Why not clear frame buffer? This is literally what I'm doing. I'm saying I didn't want to write the boilerplate. I said let me grab it from somewhere because I don't want to write it right now. I said I don't want to I meant I don't want to write it because I'm Okay, let's try and figure out what's going wrong, I guess. Put in false here. Oh, the current frame is increasing twice per thing. That's another thing. Okay. We're probably getting somewhere. Oh, you know what we probably don't have? We don't have the code that we don't have GL disable depth test at the top and then enable depth testing after that. Yeah, we need to enable it there. Or not. Oh, apparently you need to do it up here, I guess. Okay. See, this is why we now have to suffer. Okay. Okay, let's keep looking at it side by side so that I'm calling the function, right? I am calling the function. I'm definitely calling the function. It's main FBO render width, render height. Okay. Yeah, I mean, it could be, I could have fucked up anything here. Oh, hey, what's up, Anna? Can't understand nothing? Yeah, I mean, me fucking neither. Did I upload instances? That's a good question. Did I? Maybe I didn't. Maybe I didn't. See, look at you. You got me. You got me. You did get me. Oh, I'm totally missing a fucking... I'm missing a whole chunk here. I'm totally missing this chunk. That's the exact chunk that I'm missing. Is this. See, look at that. Only Vulkan has depth attachments? Bro, that's so wild. That is so wild. Dude, it's so funny, bro, when people are just so dumb. It's like, bro, what? What are we talking about, bro? What are we talking about, brother? No, yeah, this just makes me not want to use Vulkan even more, so this should not be called render to cube map face, I guess, anymore, since it's... Now all you have to do is take in a bool probe bake and then just pass in the probe bake flag here. And then you're golden. You're golden. I will never touch a game engine. Well, yours probably wouldn't look as cursed as mine does, so that makes you feel any better about it. I mean, listen, it's just because it's the popular thing. It's the same thing with people telling me all day every day to like try some new fucking language, bro. It's just because it's the new and popular thing. It's just like people that have fucking social media, are just like, I saw a YouTube short that said that Vulkan is better, and therefore I'm just going to fucking spew nonsense to a streamer, bro. No problem with low level programming. Yeah, well, this isn't like that low level. Do you not need hardware acceleration to do ray versus triangles intersections? Dude, I do that shit on the CPU. Can we... Okay, we should probably test this in not this scene, because I don't really have any reflecting surfaces in this scene. So we'll go to cast 3. We can also show off my point light shadows to Anna. Okay, I forgot to turn off the fucking BVH thing. Okay, let's turn off the fucking BVH thing, because that's... I've had enough. Okay, well, our point light shadows are broken. So... Oh, no, they aren't broken. It just looks weird because of the... because of this. But yes, we have the point light shadows. We have the multiple point light shadows. Except this one isn't working. Sir, you're going to have to work. You're going to have to start working right now. Why does it not work? Oh my god. See, this is why I didn't want to fucking change that code. Like, I knew it. Like, that it was gonna break some shit. Nice progress. Yo, what's up? Thank you. It is not Anna's fault. Yeah, well, the point light shadows was kind of a pain in the ass, but yeah, I should not have changed this rendering loop, dude. Fuck. Why? Oh, R probe cam. Never mind. That is passed in, so it doesn't even fucking matter. Okay, let's take a look-see. Let's think about this critically. Maybe right probe light shadows needs to come before this. And this was down here for a reason. Also, my computer is fancying being a jet engine today. No, it's just completely fucked. It's just this light does not want to happen. We coding? We are coding. Cone tracing. How many point lights can I draw with shadows? We can do quite a bit because I'm doing them at low resolution. I was only doing them once every 3 frames, and that was good for me. But for debugging purposes, I'm doing it once every frame. I also have clusters, so that's helping out quite a bit. But yeah. Yeah. I don't know. Let's try getting rid of this shadow map. Yeah, this one light doesn't want to do it. Why don't you want to do it? Oh, you know what? It might just not have the dirty flag set on it. That light may... Let's just hard code update it every frame to see. Okay, no, it's completely fucking fried. Yeah, yeah. I do. Let's turn off culling. God, yeah, I shouldn't have changed that. Like, seriously, we were like 8 hours into the stream and I didn't want to change that. Okay, so it's the culling. It's the culling. It is the culling then. Okay. So the light radius is wrong, probably. The light radius is wrong. Now, is it the light radius that's wrong, or is it just the culling that's wrong? Because I have a feeling that it's just the light radius that's fucked up. Maybe. Because it's only that one light. Let me see what the light radius, what the settings are for that light. I think it's probably... I have this set to 0.5 threshold, which is pretty low. Yeah. The radius just might get fucked on it. Yeah, so that might just be a problem with the radius. Because when the radius is really high, it just stops rendering the shadows. But the attenuation stays the same. Maybe that's a problem with my attenuation then. Which is here. Yeah, maybe the problem is that my attenuation doesn't reflect the real radius or something. I'll have to take a look at it. I have the depth check off? What do you mean? I have the depth check off because it's doing the hardware PCF. You pass in the comparison depth here. I see. Yeah, that's pretty much what I do for clusters, to be honest. It's like a very similar thing. Except mine is in view space, so... Or though I do the NDC transformation too, so maybe that has to do with it. Yeah, the threshold just doesn't seem to be... The threshold... Yeah, I mean... doing that correctly. I guess I could hard code a radius just to see if it works. Let's just hard code this. Huh. Yeah, so the culling isn't working then. Because that should... that sucks. So it's the culling that's the problem. My shadows are fine. It's the culling that is the problem. Oh, but we don't have a radius of 5 over here on the actual GPU. But we have a radius that's bigger than 5 though. We definitely have a radius that's bigger than 5. We can check it, but you know, I'm like, it's like guaranteed that this is greater than 5. Only has range culling. Yeah, mine also only have range culling right now, but it's not work. My range culling happens on the GPU is kind of the tricky thing, because I'm doing multi-draw indirect, so it happens on the GPU, which is gross. Yeah, honestly, the point light shadows aren't hard. The hard part is the structure to do them efficiently. Like, to do them efficiently, I had to do multi-draw indirect. It was really it was a lot of mental kind of effort to get that set up, to be honest. The multi-draw indirect was really fucking took a toll on me. Really took a fucking toll on me. Yeah, I guess that these transformations aren't working. Oh shit. Oh, I had that backwards. Okay, so my culling is working. I just had the those switched. I had the max before the min, and I forgot to change that. Okay, well, there's nothing. Uh, so my code is correct. I'm an idiot. That's the thing. How is the performance after dropping the CV overhead with MDI? Uh, it's probably much better, to be honest. The problem is that currently I'm relying on bindless, and I don't like relying on bindless because my other GPU can't do not bindless. So I have to figure out a method for doing texture arrays somehow. I don't know how to do it though. The way that I'm gonna need to do it. Doing texture arrays is fine. It's just that you need to. My stuff is already pre-ordered, right? Like I sort the array, I sort all things before I create the draw, the the thing. But the problem is, right, like what if you have a normal texture that's a different resolution than your diffuse? Like that's my thing, right? Like you could technically just like have a texture array for every part of the PBR components, right? But like if you have like edge cases, then like how do you like there's just so much pain in binding and then batching those, it's kind of a pain in the ass. So yeah, I don't know if how better it is. There's this flashing too that's happening, by the way. There's this flashing too. When you do MIPS and texture arrays, you can, but they all have to be done together, and they have to have the same settings. So if there's one texture that you get, see this flashing once again. Yeah, I don't know what the flashing is coming from. Like seriously, it's just random, like this. Like what the fuck? I've been trying to track this down. There's something weird happening. Got that flashing yesterday? Yeah, I think that it's something that's undefined behavior, but I have no, like, the amount of code that I've had to write for the MDI stuff is like, it could be fucking anywhere. Like, seriously, it could be fucking anywhere. And I think that my GPU just, in general, it just doesn't like kind of what I'm doing to it with the bindless stuff. I don't think that it likes it. I don't think that it likes it. It showed you where the big seg fault was? Well, that's very nice and convenient. God, I was gonna do text rendering, and then I got fucking sidetracked. And now I want to find out what the flickering is, but I have no clue how to. Oh, also this. Oh wait, no, that's the spotlight. Yeah, I mean, I have no clue what it could be. Maybe just look here and see. We do the depth pre-pass. It might have to do with the depth pre-pass not being enabled. And then we bind it or something. I don't know. Oh, you haven't done it yet? Is there something tricky about it? Okay, we can move this. We can move this back up here. Yeah, what I'm doing here is so janky. I have to do a prefix sum over both the draw arrays stuff and then the draw element stuff. And then this is the most janky code I've ever written. You're going to laugh so hard. How I have to index this, how I figured this out today to index this is so cursed. For the draw element stuff happens after the draw arrays stuff. So I have to backtrack into the last draw array command and then find its instance offset and then add that to the beginning of the draw element stuff to get the matrix out of the SSBO. It's so cursed. This is like the most cursed code I've ever written. Like, dude, figuring this indexing shit out today was like, dude, I was so fucking confused, bro. That was painful for sure. Yeah, it could be anything. It could possibly have to do with my triple buffering setup. Less CPU overhead is good. Is always good. Is always happy. Dude, it's gonna be so sick to play a game with the engine, bro. Okay, we'll see if the flickering continues. We will see. For now, it seems to be fine. Okay, the flickering just happened again. It happens when the frame rate drops. This is gonna bother me so much. You get to wear your programming socks? Nice. I feel like we didn't have this before. I just changed this the last thing that I changed, which was abstracting this away. I feel like we didn't have it before then. So I should probably try and copy everything exactly the way it was. I had this function determine light visibility per mesh that actually happens after this over here, and then the R probes and the joint matrices happens after the coal clusters. So that's different. For thiads, yeah, I did get that a little bit. I did know that they weren't exactly programming socks. I think I've seen a few photos of said programming socks before. They are programming socks. Yeah, you program in them. That's exactly what you do with them. I technically have this over there, but shouldn't matter. There's some undefined behavior. They boost your code output. Then I guess I have to get one of them. Some of them. I guess I'm on board. I guess I'm on board with it. Knowing me, I'll figure out what this is when doing something else completely unrelated. I mean, if I know Elon Musk, he probably wears them. What then speak I'm telling Elon? One leg pair, one leg sock? What? That's so cursed. Stop. It's like the whole world flickers. Ugh. Ugh. I wonder if there's something weird that happens with my prefix sum. Wait a second. Oh, they are different. They are different. Don't worry about it. Sorry. RenderDoc, maybe. The problem with RenderDoc is that I have to comment out all of my bindless shit, and bindless is the only thing that's keeping the ship afloat right now because of the multi-draw indirect. So we can't RenderDoc. Wearing 4 socks? Dude, with how hot it is in this room, I don't think that I could wear... I think we gotta get rid of the socks. It's pretty goddamn hot in this room. You know what? I think we'll just figure this out. We'll cross this bridge when... Probably later tonight when I also figure out how to get frustum cooling on the GPU working again. Because God knows... Oh God, I didn't... What the fuck was I thinking? Yeah, that's another thing that isn't working. The cold draw calls... This frustum cooling isn't working as well. For whatever reason. I don't really know why. But I was staring at it earlier and it wasn't working. And yeah, we were suffering. Maybe it'll just magically work now. Well, obviously that's just the shadow map. I mean, it seems like it's working. We've got nothing that's actually popping in and out. It's just the shadow map stuff. Huh. Okay. Are we serious that this works? Okay, let me try it on the other scene. Because the other scene it wasn't working. Is it all static bounded buffers? No, I call Malik. I have it abstracted. See, this fucking chair is disappearing. See, I'm telling you. See, the fucking window is disappearing. You know, it might have to do with the instancing. It might have to do with instances. They might have mixed up transforms or something. Well, no, because that one would still be in the view frustum. The thing is, it doesn't happen with the big thing. With the whole thing, it just happens with the small things. It's the little things, you know. Well, whatever. I don't know. I don't fucking know. I don't fucking know. The code is the same as it's on the CPU. It's the same code. Do you understand what I'm saying? It's the exact same code, and it doesn't work. And this one has the correct min and max. I have vectors. I have a vector implementation, so that's... Yeah, I'll have to take a look at it. I don't know. All right. Yeah, I'll see you in a bit. And I am sure that the planes, when I get the planes, that this is correct, where I get the planes. Let me try not normalizing the length. I put it on the other scene now. Dude, I want to do text rendering, but I keep on getting fucking distracted. Dude. Does this work now? Okay, I don't know if it's actually culling anything. Maybe I just needed to not normalize the length. I had normalized it because I was having problems before, and then normalizing it fixed the problems. But maybe something now with the fact that it's on the GPU, no normal. And we had a flicker. Well, whatever. I mean, I guess for now we should see how much we are culling to see if it's doing anything. So let me go check on that right now. I can do that by printing out here. After we do this, we can print out the... it's not really you, it's myself. Well, there was a good, lovely person in here who did distract me with this, but it is kind of my own fault. So, not gonna lie, it is kind of my own fault. Okay, so this is gonna lag us a lot, but don't worry about it. We just want to see, as we pan around, if we're actually culling anything, or if we're just doing the whole thing. Zero 5 0 1 1 1 1 1. Yeah, it's the same every time. Okay, so we're not culling anything. Did I forget to comment it back in? That's like so possible. Yeah, I did just forget to comment it back in. So that one's on me. That one is... Okay, so we're still fucking being lame. Okay. I'm giving up. You've heard it here. He's giving up. I'm going to keep there for debug purposes, but I want to comment back in the normalization into the fucking extraction, and I'll take a look at it later. Maybe this creates... This is a transposition, no? I'm transposing, huh? Maybe I need to not transpose that, brother. Oh my god, this might actually be it. Wait, that might actually be the problem. We may have well, Okay, never mind. I take it all back. I regret fucking everything. Yeah, I guess not, huh? Can't be that easy. Okay. Dibbidi-boom. Okay. I'm gonna open my old code base and then just copy and paste the text rendering stuff. So let me just do that real quick. That was a good crack. Dude, fucking nice, bro. I copied this so much from some place. I just literally copied the whole goddamn gourd. I also need to go font. Yeah, I copied this whole fucking thing. Honestly, I could just take the two files. I mean, like, why would I not just copy and paste the whole goddamn two files, bro? Text.frag, text.vert. Oh, God. Okay, yeah, right. Yeah, this might not be something that we can do in just a quick little thingy. I forgot how much was involved in this. Oh, no. You font atlas. Oh. Brother. How do I get the font atlas again? Did I triple buffer it yet? What? Triple buffer what? Shit. How do I get the font atlas? I think I just upload it. Oh yeah, I just have a PNG for that. Just have a PNG for that. That's fine. You just upload it as an image. So this was an SSBO with text boxes that have a model, a color, a min, a max, a layer, and a visible. Yeah, but how do I get the text on the screen, bro? Little bro? How do I get the text on the screen? We use UVs. We have to calculate the UVs. I don't remember how to do that. That has to be in UI. Oh, UI. Oh, my best friend. Render a triangle per Bezier? Is that a real thing? Are you joking? Or is it a joke, or is it funny? That sounds like a joke to me. I'm not gonna lie. But I've been known to not know when people are joking and then say, "Oh, that's a joke, right? Funny." And then you're like, "Oh, I was being serious." And then you're like, "Oh, my bad. I was just being funny." Where would this be? Add text box to draw buffer. Wow. It's actually an entity handler. Add text box to draw buffer. Oh God. Oh no. What the fuck is that? Bro. What is that? Oh no. Okay. I thought that we could do this really quickly. I think that this is a thing to do tomorrow. I totally forgot. It's more triangles, but the sharpness, man. I feel like MSDF is pretty sharp. You are talking about MSDF, not SDF, right? MSDF is pretty detailed. I used to get it pretty sharp. Not gonna lie. What's that, MSDF? It's the shit, bro. It is the shit. Yeah, it's way better. It's way better. And it's fast as fuck, and it's the best. It's really good. It's really good. Yeah. Yeah, I'm probably gonna have to make my own system for this. The fuck is this magic number, bro? Dustmite. You coded this magic number a year ago. Very mathy to generate. That's a good thing. You can use their tools to generate it and then just hook it up yourself. I don't actually generate it myself because it's a pain in the ass. But the tools to generate it are pretty easy. Knowing me, you would think that I generate it myself, but that's like the one thing that I don't generate myself. Honestly, I should learn. That would be a good project. Shit. Yeah, maybe we don't do this. Maybe we should model for like 30 minutes. I've done a lot of work today. I got like an insane amount of fucking shit done. Like, the work I did with multi-draw indirect today is like, I don't know. Pretty good. Pretty good shit. What is arch again? Maybe we should chill out in Sponza. Does Sponza still work? I haven't opened Sponza in a long time. I don't think that I have this file anymore, actually. Yeah. It's in assets. Yeah, use R charge. Yeah. Dude, loading this shit takes fucking forever. Spawns, dude, why is it so laggy? Oh, probably because we're doing point light shadows over the whole goddamn thing. Those artifacts are not really giving me a good feeling. Nah, yeah, definitely the bugs are coming from the point light shadows. Right? Oh yeah, the jet engine just turned on. No, yeah, this is actually this. That's actually that's bugging out. I don't know why we're so laggy, because we weren't laggy here before, but I guess we do have a bunch of lights, so that probably has to do with it. Yeah, we are super laggy because of the... Yeah, this shit is super buggy. The fuck? We don't even have collision. Like, why don't we have collision? No, this shit is super bugged. I don't know why. I don't know why it's super bugged, but it is. Did I make this one? No, it's Sponza. It's like a classic sort of thing. Yeah, we don't have collision anymore. Here. Yeah, this is super bugged. How about fucking Sponza separated, huh? Does Sponza separated still work? Or did I somehow break that as well? No, this doesn't have collision either. What the fuck? How did I break these? Okay, well... Huh. Why would that happen? Maybe the BVH... Maybe the BVH... we can test it. We can test the BVH thing that we changed. We can try changing it back temporarily just to see. Sponza is very familiar. Yeah. Yeah. Technically, it's if not did split, and then you get rid of this. But that's only the mesh BVH, not the scene BVH. And maybe the scene BVH also needs the change. It works on the pillars. It's just the flat surfaces don't work. Okay, so let's try it on the scene BVH as well then. If not did split. No. Well, that sucks. That really sucks. Some things have collisions and some things don't. God, I mean, it's been a while since I tried this model out, but I have a bad feeling. Um, I could try skipping the collision BVH completely, which would probably lag us a lot, not gonna lie, but we are now testing against every triangle, and we are failing the test against every triangle. The fuck? Okay. Responses walls are visible from the outside, are they? Oh yeah, they do have two sides, huh? Yeah, this is so weird because like the other models work. So what is it about this one that's different? Based on what we've changed recently. I don't know. I'm kind of worried that some of them aren't BVH prim or something. Which is a classic A printout. We can also check this. I guess we can check both of those. So, neither. We're gonna check here to see if we ever get a collision. Oh wait, we did change this, didn't we? Yeah, the matte and the matte inverse. The fuck are all of these? For traversing the VVH is so... There's just so much shit. Inverse P? Point in AABB? I don't know, get rid of this fucking magic number, I guess. We are calling A when we reach the ground now. We just still fall through it. So we're just not resolving the contact. Okay. Well, at least we have something to go off of. Oh, maybe it has to do with this. None of this should matter. Huh. Yep. It always fucking scares the shit out of me. Huh. I've no clue. I guess I can re-enable all of these fucking debug printouts, I guess, just to see. But it is. Oh. The normal is Y up. Oh, that's the problem. This model is Y up. All of the normals are Y up. So, Uh, why weren't you pushed sideways then? That wouldn't happen. That wouldn't happen. Because it has to do with the point in the surface, and you resolve along the collision normal. So if you're going down into something and it's technically sideways, then there's nothing to resolve. I can prove it right now. That's just how physics resolution works. See? You hit the floor, actually. The only reason we're sunk into the floor is because I got rid of that number. From here, I got rid of this number. Now we'll be perfectly on the floor. For some reason, the normals aren't getting transformed. Which I don't know. Technically, oh, we multiply everything by the global. Oh, hold on. This is wrong. This is just straight up wrong. Why is this not just... Or maybe it isn't wrong? What's up, Zwixo? Okay, maybe that isn't wrong. This M4 transpose, this should be done M4 inverse. Wait. Yeah, let's do it this way. No. It's weird because I was using this mat4 inverse here, but looks like this isn't even used. I should keep printing out the normal just to see what I'm doing to it. Maybe it is the inverse transpose, I guess. Maybe. But then this would be this. That's still Y up. I wonder if I just generate the normal from A, B, and C, what it would be like. Just curious. It's Y up. Yeah. Oh, fuck. Oh, fuck. That's the problem. That's why nothing is changing, because I wasn't actually changing the normal that's returned. Okay, there we go. Okay, there we go. Now the question is this correct? The inverse transpose, is this correct? Or am I just supposed to use model? I don't know. Oh, the flicker. I don't know. I don't know which one it is. It could be either of them. I think you technically are supposed to do inverse transpose for the four normals. So I'll just keep it at inverse transpose. And get rid of this, I guess. And I guess that issue is solved. What isn't solved is kind of the lag here. There is a certain amount of lag. I think that, honestly, it probably has to do with the lights and the point light shadows, probably. I'm gonna leave to go eat dinner, so I'll be out of here in a second. Yeah, for this you have to click the best performance button. Yeah, we still are pretty slow. Still are pretty slow. I think it's also because there's like no instancing on this thing. But yeah. Kind of does suck. Have to investigate it. I don't know. We should, theoretically, with all of the optimizations we have, we should be very fast. We should be rendering things very fast. So I'm not sure why we wouldn't be. Could have to do with the pre-pass depth as well. Also, my GPU is just mad in general right now, so yeah. Yeah, I think my GPU is just fucking pissed off, so it's just making a really loud noise, so it's probably has nothing to do with anything. It's probably just that time of the night. Alright, I'll be back. I think I'll do text rendering. Text rendering is something that should be pretty pretty simple to do. Kind of turn your brain off sort of thing. So I'll put that over here. Don't put it under done. Text rendering. Okay, I'm gonna peace out. I'll be back later. Peace out.